is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery!
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Time God. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy's Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
It's time for Jim Cornette's Strike Through, sponsored by Stephen P. Send an email to our crew, buy a cameo or two. It's Jim Cornette's Strike Through.
Get a Life is brought to you by Foot Locker, America's most complete athletic footwear store where it all begins.
In trying to make an artistic statement, one should be careful not to let one's personal aroma do the talking. In order not to offend the critics, I recommend Right Guard Sports Stick. It provides maximum protection and the freshest scents, a sublime palette of odoriferous emanations. After all, a true artiste should be remembered for his inspiration, not his perspiration. Right Guard Sports Stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
First War Games
Yeah.
I got to be part of, got to be my team.
You got to win the match, pin me.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, you didn't even need to pin for, oh my God.
I didn't know it was you.
JD took this crazy RKO. That's it. We're done, guys. Let's go. No.
There was more.
No, just like you had to.
Yeah, Hogan must post.
Oh, man.
Name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. Cause you love London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico. They say I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Yeah, that's what happens when old people shrink their backs.
Easy
A
on
lot
the
of
old,
it
but
is
easy on the old, brother. I
deterioration.
just turned 70. Take it easy.
I just turned 56. We have the same birthday.
August 11th.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Happy birthday to you.
No,
too.
Hemsworth has the same birthday as
Really?
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, what are the odds?
Well, have you heard of the birthday paradox? The birthday problem?
Yeah, how does that work?
It's one of the craziest things ever. It's some statistical anomaly where if you have, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's like 45 people in a room. For some reason, 2 people will have the same birthday.
What to do? I don't know. What do you want to do?
You boys a bit bored? Snap into it! Snap into a Slim Jim! Tag to the spice! Make me just in case! Hey, nice! Antique! Snap into it! Need a little excitement? Snap into a Slim Jim!
Thank you.
Thanks
You're
again.
okay?
Oh, yeah.
It was crazy. 3 minutes. 3 minutes off air. 3 minutes off air.
So I talked to Tony last week, and he told me there's a plan. So I just got to trust him. You know, I trusted him before, and I became TNT champion 3 times.
Dr. Britt Baker should be very...
Am I safe? What? Am I safe?
Oh my God. They snuck me in. It's beautiful. Thanks for getting in.
Of course. So it felt great to see Tony. He has been incredibly supportive through this entire process. Of course, we had communicated and talked, but it's not the same as seeing someone face to face.
Hey, I'll close the door. I'm going to run by every time I go to the bathroom.
Oh my God, of course.
Share a bathroom.
Yes.
The human experience is filled with suffering. So it's like, oh man, I'm sorry that you have to go through that
sorry
too.
you're suffering.
So if like
The next time you pass a
if
Louis
a
bag
Louis
in the locker
Vuitton
room-
bag somehow makes its way into the equation, like, hey, that's cool, okay? You know what
I want
mean?
you to pass someone with a Louis bag and just go, sorry for your suffering.
I have talked way too much about the Louis Vuitton bag now.
Yeah.
Like even like not to get political, but like Donald Trump, right? Like
Loves
whatever.
Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, I imagine that would be great.
Yeah,
No, but like
I'm a big Louis collector.
You know,
I'm the
obviously,
biggest one on earth.
There's times if I just look at him as just a human, like, damn, man, it's got to be tough
Yeah.
to be that guy.
Yeah.
Carry that all the time.
Oh, that weight? Yeah.
Yeah, but like that might be a bad example. And again, I don't want to go down the wrong path here with all
That's
this
fine.
stuff.
It doesn't matter.
I'm saying if you just look at people as human beings and nothing else, like,
what a nightmare.
Tough go, man. You know, that's all.
It's true.
That's it.
Look at everyone like a human instead of the thing that you think they are.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again.
毎日
Sunday,
毎
Monday,
日
Tuesday,
日立の
Wednesday,
細長
Thursday,
静
Friday,
か
Saturday,
サラサ
Sunday
ラ
comes again.
きれいな空気体には細長が気持ちいいんです日立のビッグフローウェルネス
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition, an early edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. And we have an early one. I decided, why the hell not? I don't even know if Collision's on. I don't know if it's Thursdays or Saturdays anymore. There was boxing today. Usyk just won via 5th round KO, beating Dubois second time, and he's just the GOAT. I mean, there's nothing really to say. It gets thrown around a lot, but I think Usyk might be the GOAT. And we have UFC 318 on here tonight. Dustin Poirier's retirement bout, and I remember his first fight in the UFC, and I've been a fan all the way through, so we're going to watch that, but we're also going to talk some graps. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk some pro wrestling as we do here. There's a lot going on. I've had an interesting couple days, to say the least. Niccolo Piccolo has Dave Meltzer trending, as you guys can see in the title. Dave Meltzer is trending. That's because Niccolo Piccolo, and him and I, we actually spoke a little bit. Myself and Niccolo Piccolo, agent to the stars there. Him and I, we spoke quite a bit, actually. A lot, actually. And so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Tony Khan and Dynamite's lowest rating ever of all time, coming off the back of what was, at least as far as cable's concerned, right? Coming off the back of what was All In. What else, man? We got what's his name? AJ Styles. AJ Styles. He is going to be at TNA Slammiversary tomorrow, which I do want to watch along with you guys tomorrow and do a live stream. Now, I wanted to get to 7K subs. We didn't do that, so I'm like, and it was a long hope. It was high hopes, right? But yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll figure it out. I'm not sure. It's my wife's birthday weekend, but she's like, nah, we're gonna watch it anyways. And I'm just like, okay, well, she's like, you could stream it if you really wanted. I'm like, I don't know. We gotta let the PWT universe decide. And yeah, Phil does we up. Poirier's only 36. I'm gonna check in with chat here. This Slammiversary is like number 23. I don't remember. I don't know which number it is. Shout out to Mrs. PWT. Yes, absolutely. Phildo's we up. Dustin Poirier's only 36. Yeah, and retiring. And Usyk's 38, and he put it down. Man. So as everyone files in and we jibble jabble, mumble and rumble. George Capture for 5 says PWT Saturday night. Let's fucking go. Yeah, absolutely. This will be a good one. We got stuff in every bookmark to check out here as well. So it'll be a nice, fun evening of pro wrestling action. Not too terribly much has gone on other than Dave Meltzer being a spazoid since Wednesday. But yeah. We have Zilla Fatu on pre-show. Yeah, we absolutely do, man. Fourth rope. Is that what it's called? Fourth rope? I can't remember. Fourth rope. Yeah, holding it down in TNA. So, yeah, if you're watching on X, come on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. The link is somewhere around there. Come vote in the poll. Are you going to be watching TNA Slammiversary tomorrow? I'm curious to see if I've been seeing on X, a lot of people are like, hey, this is going to be my first TNA pay-per-view that I ever buy, and So is that supposed to be TK or Raj? That's clearly TK. Come on now. Who else would hold Dave Meltzer like a little baby? Now, someone made this, and like I quote tweeted it, and then it went super viral when I quote tweeted it. But so shout out whoever may. I completely forget. I could just check, I think, because Maddie94. Yeah, so Maddie in chat here, who's usually in chat here, Matzo Balls, Maddie a million numbers. I can't even, you guys will have no luck finding him. He made this, and I don't know, I saw a bunch of different ones. This is the one that popped me the most. This whole Coldplay thing, I mean, it's just been blown out of proportion. It was funny. It's like one of those videos you see that are like, it's a video that you'd see in a compilation of like 10 other videos, and it's like kind of cute, make you laugh. But people have blown it up like the Hawk Tua girl. I mean, what's going on here? What's going on? What's up? Yeah, it blew up. That's right, Maddie. So Maddie's here. Shout you out for making that. And yeah, I don't know. I just thought I'd open the show with it. It was funny. I added it to memes, okay? So yeah, guys, make sure you hit like over on the Clips channel. We're going to try and get to 100 likes as well, if we can. That would be incredible as everyone files in. And yeah, you guys can become a member for 99 cents. I do bonus shows on Monday, so you get access to those. And they're well worth it. And patrons as well. I just had like my Lola Vice Mr. Iguana clip nuked off YouTube, so that's over on Patreon. And yeah, I'll be uploading more content there. If you support what I do, super chats are welcome. Come hit like, dislike, leave a comment, say hello, vote in the poll, whatever you got to do. And yeah, I just appreciate y'all for tuning in. So let's get into some stuff. We got some stuffs to talk about. And let me see here. And right now we have Judice and Cagliari throwing down. Okay. And so where do we want to start this evening? That's what I'm not even sure about, because there is quite a bit to get to. So I'm skimming. We will just start where we always do. The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Right? So chat, how you guys doing? Chat me up, chat, about how you're doing while I drink this iced coffee. Excellento, Jason Havoc. Welcome, my friend. LK. HR, women's subordinate, and the soon-to-be ex-wife. Okay, I have no idea what you're talking. Oh, like the Coldplay guy. Yeah, I mean, dude, come on, whatever. Don't cheat, right? You fuck around, you find out. It's what happens. Adam Cole is starving, and they're trying to cover it up. I don't know what that means. Doing great. I'm glad you're doing great, good sir. Any context about the Coldplay meme thing, like how it originated? Yeah, J-Log. What happened was some dude is like banging the HR lady, and they're cuddling up at a Coldplay concert, and they zoom to them on camera because they're a happy couple, and they're just showing people on camera, and they get fucking caught. So what do you think about Rikishi wanting back in WWE? We'll talk about that. I just finished watching TennoCon and figured out I will pop in here. Day 2 of asking Phil to oil up. I see the Venom logo, Alexander. Are you watching UFC? I'm going to assume so. I'm going to oil up and fucking get in the octagon, dude. I'm going to get one of those like bingo dabber pens that Tate uses to Vaseline the dudes up. And I'm going to go chase the deaf guy from Family Guy. She's going to get half. Karma is a beautiful thing. Be a lot better if people didn't vote for a Pete. Okay, you guys are getting off track. This is a comedy wrestling show. Okay, there's about 200 of you in here, so let's get into some pro-graps. And I'll let you guys know if anything interesting goes down in this UFC, which this has been a very good scrap to kick off the early prelims. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad and good news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So, Real American Freestyle, which is Eric Bischoff and Hulk Hogan's amateur wrestling fed, they welcome Olympic gold medalist, wrestling icon, and he's calling the action, Kurt Angle, as a commentator for Real American Freestyle 1, and they're already numbering it RAF 01, which is kind of funny. Hopefully it's not a one and done, but we'll see about that. And a big finish there in the ladies' fight. That was awesome to see. And yeah, we will definitely see if Kurt Angle sticks around in that role. I think they'll do more than one event. And I think Kurt Angle's built for some things just like this. He'll bring an edge of entertainment to it and excitement, and he knows a whole hell of a lot about amateur wrestling. Ultra Pro Wrestling tweeted this out. Please join us, and this is how I found out. That's why I bookmarked this one. Please join us in sending well wishes to Buff Bagwell, who underwent a leg amputation procedure yesterday. It was only a few weeks ago where, or maybe rearing up on a month now, where Buff Bagwell and Booker T had the first and only WCW match on WWE television. And it's very unfortunate he had to get a leg amputated. So everybody prayers up for Buff Bagwell. I was always a huge fan of him and Norton when they were together. And, his NWO stuff. I mean, he was in the NWO, but his stuff outside of that, though, because a lot of guys, it's like, well, they were in the NWO. But, like, outside of that, he was good shit, too. He was on that show Gigolos. Do you guys remember that? It was real. And he's like, oh, I got worked into for money. Not that, like, I mean, I probably wasn't. I don't even know when that show came out. However old I was at the time, it was probably largely inappropriate for me to know he was even on that goddamn show. But I grew up with the internet, folks. So it's not, we all grew up reading NoDQ.com and all that shit. So yeah, dude, Buff Bagwell, long career. At least he's alive. At least he's goddamn alive, and hopefully, he's just good and nothing more needs to be removed or replaced or no more illnesses or anything like that. Here's a throwback that we do in Miscellaneous News. And folks, I'm going to start a folder for retro throwbacks section, okay, that we're going to add to the show. Or do every other show or whatever time permits, right? So this is an interesting behind the scenes. JR, Kevin Kelly, and Michael Cole, like three legends right here, throw to a video package. Cole doesn't hit the points the way JR had intended, so we see them do it after he reiterates what to say. Michael Cole is apologetic, and we basically just see the process here of JR's greatness. Kevin Kelly just there absorbing an already sound, and Michael Cole being trained up, and he's currently, in my opinion, he's the best right now. For sure. And some people shit on that style, the Michael Cole style and all that. I don't call it that. I call it the Vince style. I think the Michael Cole style is just how Vince molded him. But now, like, we're starting to see how, I think he's the best. I don't know. He was trained by the best. I've never shat on Michael Cole's commentary. I've always liked it. Yes, we could always tell Michael Cole was getting his ear yelled in by Vince. I think that's another reason why AEW commentary is so shitty, and they're just laughing at everything, because Tony Khan, like, you can see in the videos, in the 10 minutes of Tony Khan video, like, he's in the headset yelling like, oh yeah, that was great. I like it. Like, he's yelling, but like in a different way than Vince would be. So I think that's why their commentary is shitty too over there. But just to show how good Michael Cole is and how far he's come, here's a throwback to when he was the shits. And I implore you to look at instances where he was doing stuff with Triple H, like the Mae Young Classic. What did he do? It was like the Cruiserweight Classic or whatever. He was calling those phenomenally, and you got a daddy magic taste of what he does now. And I think he's the best with Barrett, Graves, McAfee. You throw anyone in the mix, and Cole can carry it, And Vic Joseph, I think, is the next GOAT. He's the next guy that I think we're going to look at as, oh, that's the Michael Cole of this era, Anyways.
What I wanted you to do there was to say, but how can DX inferred that China's had emotional distress based on all the emotional distress that DX has perpetrated on everybody, especially China.
Okay.
So he just breaks it down. He's like, you got to put emphasis on China type shit.
Okay.
And listen, too, there's like people heckling them while they do it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we said at the top of the broadcast, a lawsuit is being, a rumor of a lawsuit by D-Generation X. God damn it.
JR getting mad. God damn it.
D-Generation, give me somebody next!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we said at the top of the broadcast, a potential lawsuit is being threatened by D-Generation X on Stone Cold Steve Austin, and this could be a blockbuster if it happens.
Certainly could. And the rumors that we're hearing is that this lawsuit could involve China suffering severe emotional distress at the hands of Stone Cold Steve Austin at No Way Out of Texas. And I know that this Monday on Raw, DX will be there. Perhaps at that time they'll answer some of these charges.
Certainly, D-Generation X has put out their fair share of emotional distress to a lot of folks.
And of course, that's why I find it interesting that DX is actually saying that China is suffering from, quote, emotional distress.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a special look at China and see her in action.
You can tell JR's still like not fucking perfect, but good enough, kid. Good enough, kid. So Bubba the Love Sponge reared his head out of the woodworks. I mean, this is a guy who, like, again, his clips. I mean, this was like a famous dude who was making millions of dollars on the radio back in the day. And I mean, his views are fucking worse than mine. Right? So here he is, though. I mean, he knows Hulk Hogan. I think they're sworn enemies now, but I mean, maybe he hears rumors. Maybe he's just saying this shit to try and stay relevant, or like to drum up some, like, people only care about him when he's talking about Hulk Hogan, right? And especially now. So here's what he had to say. Apparently Hulk Hogan's surgery caused like a bunch of permanent damage to him. And although his wife dispelled rumors of like, oh, he can't walk, or, you know, he's in critical condition, she's like, it's all good. But Bubba's like, yeah, it's not that he can't walk or he's in critical condition, but you know, his back and his vocal, or maybe he can't walk, but like, it's like his vocal cords and his esophagus and shit are fucked up. So no more promos, dude. No more promos, Jack. Got to come to PWT and look at the old commercials, dude. That's not going to work for me, brother. I'm going to get like one of those things like Ned from South Park, dude. Dude. Well, let me tell you something, brother. When I picked that stinky giant up and pressed him over my head. No, I don't mean to be insensitive, but let's listen to what Bubba has to say about Hogan's, his medical stuff that's gone awry, allegedly. This is all allegedly, by the way.
I have people that are speculating that he's being kept alive on a machine. Now, I don't know that to be true.
So he went out and said that they're speculating he's being kept alive on a machine. I think we know. I think they wouldn't hide that from people. Why would they hide that, right?
True at all. But I have heard from pretty reliable sources that he's being kept alive on machine. And if he's not being kept alive on the machine, he's pickled. He's pickled himself. He'll never be the same. Whether it was a faulty heart valve or whether it was the fact that they were doing this back and neck procedure. Supposedly in doing that procedure, they had to actually move his esophagus over a little bit to get into the back and neck area.
And let's say that's true. You know, Hogan's had fucking how many surgeries? 20 some. When you have that many, I mean, there could be complications. It's like you drive your car every day, someone's bound to get in an accident, you know? So
and in doing that, that's where the complications came, or whether they nicked a vocal cord or they nicked his esophagus. There's just so many reports coming back that he may never, ever be the Hulk Hogan that we knew. He may not be capable ever for the rest of his life to walk around, cut promos, and be Hulk Hogan. He could very well be like John Graziano right now.
Well, I mean, if he's having heart issues, then he probably should, cut back on the stress and the drinking, if he does, bounce back.
Yeah,
I would expect he won't be doing, tour stops in, Albany anymore.
They say that exhaustion was one of the keys to why his body rejected whatever it did, because he's literally exhausted.
I mean, I could believe that, him just being tired and exhausted all the fucking time, right? He's old. He's pushing it. He's doing Logan Paul's podcast, promoting this fucking beer. It's like, come on, man. Just pack it in.
I have people that are speculating that.
That's the thing, man. These dudes make shitloads of money. They buy McMansions and all this shit. They divorce wives. They have to pay for their fucking lifestyle for the rest of their lives and stuff. It's what happens. And that's why he's got to keep working. And I'm just praying that Hulk Hogan's okay. You know what I mean? I hope he pulls through, and I hope he's not talking to us like this. Scuzzlebutt. Atticus Kogar is going to take on Nick Nemeth at the 25th anniversary of Gathering of the Juggalos. Whoop, whoop. Night 2, Friday, August 15th, JCW. Atticus Kogar versus Nick Nemeth.
Is there a problem? There's no problem here. Oh, well. Nick Nemeth.
So I just wonder if, is Nemeth going to do deathmatch shit? So the contract has been signed. Ariana Grace will take on Hollywood Haley J at Reality of Wrestling. Oh, yeah, man. Whoop that trick. No, I'm just kidding. But at ROW Glory 5, Hollywood Haley J will take on NXT's Ariana Grace, and she's really putting in that work, man. She was there in TNA. Now she's going down there to ROW, and I'm pumped. And I hope Hollywood Haley J gets a shot in NXT eventually, but I just don't know if that'll happen. She's a bit of a problem child. But she gets the money matchups, and that's why. Speaking of medical procedures, we've had a couple sad newses and some good news here. The veteran, Jack Vaughn, okay, he had a biopsy performed on a suspicious spot behind his ear. They suspect basal cell, which is what I had last time, results in about a week. He said, biopsy update, the results came back as basal cell carcinoma, skin cancer, same as before, non-aggressive, easy to remove, and no additional treatments needed. Just waiting to hear back from the surgeon to set up a time to remove it. Your boy is going to be fine. So God bless, man. I'm glad that the veteran Jack Vaughn is all good. Speaking of all good, Rob Van Dam is not all good. He says that he finds celebrity involvement in wrestling to be offensive. He says, you have to be an athlete to be able to do it. And so, for me, it's always offensive because I take the perspective that in order to have a celebrity take a spot on a wrestling card, everyone else has to work around them to make it look like just anybody could do it. And I don't like that because not everybody could do it. So that's what RVD had to say on One of a Kind. And I see where he's coming from. But at the same time, and I'm sure he would say if you were to continue, I didn't watch the clip or see the whole quote. So I'm sure if you continue along, I'm sure he pitches the other side of it. But Wrestle Purists just didn't clip that part because then they don't snag headlines and get 40K views and 700 likes or whatever, right? So I'm sure he understands from the other side of it. He's just expressing personally, I don't like that. Just like he was in ECW and he personally didn't like, the spike in the back. And when he was in TNA, he's like, I worked there, but I personally didn't like Janice. So he's expressing his personal opinion. That's totally fine. Some people find it, the squared circle to be sacred. It's like CM Punk going into UFC. A lot of people boo-booed at that, and they had every right to when outsiders come in. So at the end of the day, He's entitled to his opinion, and I'm sure RVD would express that he sees it from the other side and why a guy like Logan Paul is an exception and why they do it, you know? Because in a perfect world, for me, there wouldn't be like I show speed or whatever on the Rumble or whatever either, right? Like I don't give a shit about that stuff. But at the end of the day, I still understand why they do it, you know? And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Miscellaneous News.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Okay, so what's chat doing? Chat me up, chat, about what you're chatting about. Oh, wow. Yeah, see, I called that earlier. They put a dude who's like 13-4, I want to say, or 13-2 against this debuting gentleman named who's 6-0. Right. And I called it out earlier. I'm like, this guy is more than double the other dude's experience. Like, why doesn't UFC love prospects and building them correctly? And this guy just got tapped out, took his first O. And it's like, why would you match him up against this guy? I don't know. Whatever. That's UFC talk. But yeah, it was just unfortunate. He just got tapped with like a vet armbar too. They got in a scramble and he just got his arm trapped and like, you know. Anyways, let's check in with chat here. Scully Vibes for 5 says, as a PWT tribal F and chief, dude, let's acknowledge our fucking OTC. I would like to express that I had to hear Jericho 3 effing times during All In. Hit the damn like button. Acknowledge me. Yeah, dude, or Jericho's going to creep in. There's almost 300 watching. Come on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Super chats are welcome. Become a member for only 99 cents. You get access to my bonus shows every week, or you can just hit like, hit dislike. Try and hit the like. We get to 100 likes. Jericho doesn't do a run-in. I am friends with him. I have him on call right here. Shout out Scully Vibes. Tribal Chiefs Unite. So the bum, they didn't want to win one. It's not that he's a bum. He's solid, but they just need to develop talent better, man. You got a 6-0 prospect. He's tall. He's got something about him, a look. There's like a look to this guy. Forget his name, so that should tell you all. Now it don't matter. He's 6-1, but WWE, WWF been doing celebrity involvement since the first WrestleMania. Absolutely. I think Logan Paul has earned not being called a celebrity spot. Yep. Hollywood looks like one of the chicks from Dixie's Trailer Park Trash. Oh, my God. I think that's what she's going for intentionally, though. So that's Buff Bagwell. Yes, sir. You know, what's up, PWT? Yarmeen. We need Becca bathroom breaks. That could maybe happen, you know? Okay, let's move along here and let's get Banjos in the chat. Is that even a thing? I don't know. But let's get Banjos in the chat for TNA
Wrestling
news.
for dirtbags and lily pickers.
So Lance Storm. Well, first and foremost, AJ fucking Styles, it's confirmed. AJ Styles will be in TNA. We'll play. Well, they always snipe me. Anthem always snipes me. So let's just play this here. They did this great package, a great record, where it's like a vignette, right? And they've done this before when they rebranded TNA from just Impact to like, we're TNA Wrestling again. And they did the whole lights and here's all the retro shit and the new shit. New. And so AJ Styles, they reveal him in this like treasure chest, just like his vest here. Right? So everybody's popping. Again, I don't mean to be this guy. I don't give a fuck because I'm not a dirt sheet, but like, where's Meltzer on this shit? I fucking told y'all. Someone's like, you said it in October. Holy shit. I don't remember when, but forever I was like, I wouldn't miss this Slammiversary. Hey, man, Styles probably, Guys, come on. You know, probably end up happening. The AAA shit. I was talking about Hot Lucha Summer and this is AAA. I'm just looking at Mexican companies. They're not just looking at Japanese, bro. They're working with Mexican companies, calling all that shit out. They're gonna have PCs everywhere, bro. It's gonna fucking happen. Laying all this shit out, and it's coming to fruition, man. And I'm just so proud of TNA. I'm proud that they pulled this off. I think AJ Styles, like, he's good. He signed a 1-year extension with WWE. How many years will he go? I don't know. He's going to get inducted in their Hall of Fame, and then he'll get inducted in the TNA Hall of Fame one of these days. So that's all good and dandy. Some people are like, they should induct him. He went on record before. We covered it here on the show. He's like, I just think that I'm a WWE guy. Like, it'd be more respectful that I go in there first or whatever, which makes a lot of sense. And I don't think this will be the only surprise, though, either. Right? It's like, how do I explain this for the Slammiversary show? Okay. This is like in the superhero movie. It's like James Gunn's Superman, right? He's fighting kaijus. He's all beat up and shit. They show you all this crazy shit, and you're like, whoa, well, they show you the whole movie, right? Or it's like Avengers Endgame. We all saw that, right? Where they show us so much shit. Then you go to the movie, and all that stuff's in like the first 15 minutes type shit. So they're showing us or it's like in the Spider-Man trailer when they're like, here's Doc Ock. And it's like, whoa, what aren't they showing us? And then you go to the movie and it's like, here's Daredevil and here's 2 other Spider-Men, you know? You're like, whoa. So they're showing us AJ and they're like, AJ's going to be here. Isn't that crazy? So there's probably going to be something they're not showing us, right? Now, I have a couple ideas, but I've been nailing it pretty good lately, and I don't want to just start throwing shit out there because it'd be purely speculation. But I don't know, man. So I would just we got to tune into the show. It's tomorrow, so make sure you guys watch it. And, yeah, they're showing you AJ. So what aren't they showing you that might happen as well? I would just be thinking that if you're like one of these people who are into surprises and should I tune into Slammiversary? If you're a Fed fan, I probably would. And if you're a TNA fan too, obviously you're gonna. But if you're like, should I get into TNA? This show might be the one to push you to make you cross the line, huh? And go back. No, am I alone on that? Okay, maybe. So let's move along here because, yeah, he is announced. And so Lance Storm talks about the importance of AJ Styles to TNA wrestling. He says, I think it could be that TNA might not even exist without AJ Styles. That dude was the backbone of this company for years. He made his name in TNA, but he made TNA's name as well. The dude was so great, but I'm referring to his time in TNA was just fantastic, phenomenal, whatever choice of words you want to use. I was fortunate enough. I actually wrestled him one time on a 1PW show in the UK, a tag team match, and had a lot of fun. The dude's just fantastic in the ring. Who can argue that, man? Trick Williams, speaking of arguing, man, Trick Williams just dropped a diss track roasting everyone in TNA. And then Draven saying, nah, man, they got to jump him at Slammiversary. Let's take a listen. Trick, we love you, baby. Don't fucking, don't send the yellow flag parade. You know, don't yellow card me, dog.
As I sit back, relax, do rap so I can flex.
Oh, shit. Oh, no, the beat choice. We're going to get flagged not even on him, dude, but on Biggie. You know what I mean?
About all the wrestlers, I'm a dyslex. I'm probably going to jail. This Indy Hartwell. She was doing well until she slipped the bell. My track legendary, Astro Fairy. It's kind of scary. Got the game in the clutch like Killer Kelly. Tino, he's just a fake Latino. Say my name right, I lose your chips like a casino. Plus burrito, that boy shorter than a Cheeto. Afraid of missile shots to Shaq. Shooting at the
yeah, let's go.
Even groups like the system keep on missing. Trying to get attention like Steph, the land of kissing. I'm on a mission, spitting facts, dog.
He cooks everybody, dude. And it's funny that he's showing like them botching and shit.
Well, let's be clear. Eric ain't been young in over 30 years. Lucy's forehead, the only thing that I fear is Trick and A, dog. I do what I want here. Dreams of being lit, just like Trick. I'm just playing. I'm saying. Dreams of being lit, just like Trick. I'm just playing. I'm saying. Dreams of being lit, just like Trick. I'm just playing. I'm saying. Dreams of being lit, just like Trick. I'm just playing. I'm saying, I put Steve Mac back in them stitches. I lose my big toe before I lose my title to them little rascal bitches.
Damn, dude, he's going in.
What are you doing? On TNA, just a player hater. Trying to bite my swag, looking skinny like Leon Slater. I know the limb is sick, especially brother Nick. I'm too late, can touch Trick with a long stick. Tell Mustafa, I turn him to Mufasa. Knock him off the cliff, smack him like he did Tasha. Even Masha can't hold the goal like me. Better change your whole gimmick like Lay Me Lee. Share me, Callahan, you can join great hands. And you still wouldn't understand how to be the man. What's the plan?
Oh my God, everyone's getting it. Do you think he's got a ghostwriter or he just came up with this? Come
Now
on.
y'all can whoop my ass. Only ones with some swag and some light skins out of first class. What about Joe and Mike? You can tell them boys it's on sight. Trick and A is all right. Let's talk about it. Dreams of being lit just like Trick.
Wow, man. That is incredible. Round of applause for Trick. Heel Trick might be my favorite trick. Speaking of hip-hop and rap songs, Jesus Ramirez for 5 says, you heard the new Raekwon album? No. Shit is fire. Ghost just announced Supreme Clientele 2. Saw the in Chicago for the last tour. Pardon me, a week ago. About a week ago. No, I haven't. I have not. I've been listening to like a lot of like Polo and Pan recently. Vastly different music. But no, I may have to check that out. But thanks for asking. You should check out Trick's new stuff, bro. Did you hear that? What'd you think of that? You Ain't Hype became a new
Sometimes
member.
in life, you got to be a hoe.
So thank you for that, guys. Memberships are 99 cents. You get access to Monday bonus shows. Okay, moving along here. So Enzo Amore, speaking of bars and promos here in Fourth Rope. So another Enzo promo was shown on Impact, paid for by Fourth Rope. And he says he's going to show up to Slammiversary and maybe bring Zilla, which it's confirmed he is. Okay? So this is a huge fucking ordeal. And let's hear Enzo's promo that we played on the last show. It was so fucking good. We got to play some of this one. He's so good on the stick, and he can really wrestle now. So for everyone who clowned him before, hell, even I did, he can really wrestle now, man. He took that aspect of it seriously, and he's unreal on the stick, in my opinion. The last promo he cut has stuck with me ever since, when he was like, when Sinatra sang New York, New York, he was staring. He wasn't like he was staring at it or whatever, you know, like he wasn't there. He was looking at it or whatever the fuck, man. That shit just stuck with me, man.
This follow check in. We got a problem. Okay, definitely. I take it as blatant disrespect because at Fourth Rope, the forbidden door opened for you. I had to run through half of TNA to become this fly. Now, stop me when I tell a lie. Oh, looks like I'm not stopping. I would eat up Joe Henry.
Joe Henry. Let's go.
Spit him out. He'd be the first thing to come out my mouth that ain't true. I'd eat that blueberry muffin right up. Do you know the muffin man, the muffin man, the muffin man? Now,
And he's got like $1 million, like the modern $1 million title. How can you hate on that?
I'm not in the business of turning tricks, but if I wanted TNA, I would just go to Bada Bing, where the only boss named Tony I know is Soprano. There's a reason why I'm not all in, okay? Because the chip on my shoulder is worth more than any in the pile. Forbidden door.
Damn, he just fucking called out AEW there. Did y'all hear that?
Forbidden door. July 2020. Pick up the phone. Call me over here. Yep. Because if you don't, it doesn't matter. Because either way, I'm going to show up to Slammiversary. And I ain't showing up alone. I'm not that stupid. I suppose I'm going to need some nepos. So I'll probably bring a crew, starting with the heavyweight champ at Fourth Rope, Zilla Fatu, the flyweight champ.
And shout out Fourth Rope getting like a TNA crossover. I don't know. Enzo's cooking. What the fuck? You know, WWE should bring him in as a mouthpiece for someone he didn't even need to wrestle. So they got TNA President Carlos Silva at Subway Mania, dude.
Are we here with TNA President? Are we here with...
Yeah, man. Shout out Carlos Silva. So here is Carlos Silva on the subway watching Subway Mania. Let's take a look.
I took TNA President Carlos Silva to experience his first Subway Mania in New York City, and he loved it.
Some noise, make some noise!
Are you ready for Subway Mania?
Oh yeah, ready to go, man. Let's go.
You know we had to give the president a TNA VIP treatment, giving him front row seats to all the action. It was epic.
Hell yeah. Moving along here. So Nick Nemeth had this to say. He says, this is a monumental weekend for TNA. Absolutely a team effort from those in and around the ring, everyone behind the scenes to the best locker room in the world. AJ returning to be a part of Slam not only solidifies the fruitful relationship with New York, but someone that is so synonymous with TNA coming back invigorates the fans as much as it excites all of us involved. He didn't have to do this, but he knows what it means for professional wrestling. This weekend is the beginning of something big that has been kindling for years now, and we all feel it in the air. The preparation and the promotion from everyone involved does not and will not go unnoticed, and now there's only one thing left to do. It's showtime, dude. Can't wait. And Tessa Blanchard says terms to return to TNA in early 2024 were a little bit insulting. And so this is in a Fightful article, right, by Andrew Thompson. And so Gail Kim responds to this and says, I noticed my name being included in this article. I am about clearing up misinformation when I see it. I had zero to do with any contact here. I didn't even know Scott D'Amore contacted this talent in 2024. So I guess someone put blame on her, or I don't know, something she didn't like there. And she called it out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I don't really have a comment. I don't know what to say. Yeah, sheets be sheeting, man. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA News. So, guys, what should we get into next? We have WWE news or WWE news or TNA news. Just watching a fight here. Span got Brzezinski down. And yeah, sorry guys, just fucking zoning out on that. Okay, so yeah, we'll do TNA or WWE news next, whatever you guys want. For 5, George Capture says, Phil, do you have any background as to where Carlos Silva was before and how he got to TNA? No clue, dude. We could like Wikipedia it, I suppose, or something, right? Let's look it up. I have no fucking clue, to be honest. So he doesn't have a Wikipedia. Not get a baseball. What? Yeah, I don't know. Ask Grok or something, I guess. Someone can do it. Chat can do it. You guys go ask Grok or some shit about you know, like what Carlos Silva background was. I mean, Grok gets shit wrong all the time, as people point out all the time. But yeah, I would just do it that way, dude. There's an arm triangle. Sorry, guys, I'm zoning. There's Ryan Span's got an arm triangle on Brzezinski. He let it go. Okay. But yeah, I'm not sure, but he's way better than Tony Khan, right? I mean, that's all we can say. People are like, don't use AI. And it's like, well, I don't know. I've gone on my rants about it. You know, I think it's worth it in some situations. And I think like YouTube thumbnails and shit are where it's appropriate. To be perfectly honest, like as far as when you see people, you make like the little cartoon things and shit like that. It's like, yeah. I mean, I still do shit old school. I just Google last second, like figure out. I just take pictures and delete them right after and do it the long way. But yeah, sometimes I make posts and I'll just be playing with. I'll be like, do Studio Ghibli art, and I'll do like a on this day post, and that's just me just playing with AI and shit, staying up to date on it. You know, you got to be with it, or being with it, you miss it. You know. Moving along though. Let's move along. Let's get into some other news. You guys want WWE or AEW next? Some of the keeping it 100 music video thumbnails I seen must be AI. Yeah, they are, dude. AI gave us parody movie posters. Grok is 1-0 up against Dave. Exactly. No, it's good to find like little factoids, but like you can. So everybody posted, for instance, I noticed on the wrong day of like when John Cena made his official debut or whatever the fuck. I noticed a bunch of accounts posted on the wrong day, like 2 days, whatever, because Grok had it wrong. You asked Grok, he got that question. I know because I did it. I'm like, why are they getting it wrong when you look it up on Cena's official biography and shit? He has it's dated 2 days earlier or whatever the fuck. You just, you know, so we can like get minute details wrong, but it's like, I don't know. It's also good for general research, and then you gotta like put work in still, you know, or like just making a funny picture. Like people make hilarious fucking those little cartoon movie posters everyone's making. Some of them pop. You like, you know, you can't help but laugh at some of those. Like, but yeah, definitely like people using or if like people use AI to make like VFX in movies, as long as it's good, I don't give a shit. Like CGI is fake anyways. But yeah, like as far as like AI is going to replace people and we'll be watching AI movies, I just don't think that'll happen. That'll just won't happen. I'm so confident in that not ever happening. I have like zero fear of that, you know. No one would buy into it. There's just some things that people don't buy into at the end of the day, and that's one of them. But yeah, let's get into some. We'll do AEW news. Why not? Let's do some AEW news. We'll do an Ichi ni Sanda all together here, chat. Here we go. Ichi ni Sanda. Where's my yeah? Here we go. Yeah. Okay, so let's go through here. So AEW Dynamite did a 588,000 viewers. And some people are saying, is this the lowest ever? Am I correct in that?
Woke up on the block. Hit it with the phone. Skirt. Hit it with the
Taco Bell trailer. Jesus. Yeah, so people were like, it's their lowest rating ever or something. If that's true, I mean, that's insane. Raj Giri said did near all-time lows in the 18 to 49 demo for the post all in. So the episode scored 588K, down 8%, to 0.15, down 6. As always, these numbers don't include Max. Well, the audience was on the low level. It was the 5th lowest of the year. So, yeah, maybe my title's salacious, but I did see people like lowest of all time. Was it the lowest in the key demo? Anyways, while the audience was on the low level, rating was tied with the second lowest of the year and third lowest in history. Year over year, Dynamite's down 26%, with the key demo, which isn't the key demo for Max and Warner Bros. In general. But we have to talk about this key demo because Dave Meltzer, and that one's down 44%. And the all-in post show is down 50% in the key demo, and the show is down 35%. I don't mean to laugh, but 50%. Oh, they all just went to Max. Oh my God. It'll never end, man. So here's TK, like at the top of every hour, just like copy and pasting the same text or like tweet. I don't know how you don't get flagged for this shit. But bot activity, to say the least. Yes. Scorpio Sky had this to say on Creating Character podcast. He said, to be completely honest with you, there was a time where I thought I was never going back to AEW. It just felt like things were heading in that direction. That's not what I wanted. Unfortunately, it's not what they wanted. We worked it out. I'm really happy to be back. I'm happy he's back too. Yeah, I told Awful on the show, I'm like, dude, I want to see Scorpio Sky have a feud with like Kyle Fletcher or something over the TNT title. I think that'd be cool. And he gives me shit. He's like, what? This is just random, whatever. Then I look on his Twitter like 2 days later, and this motherfucker's like, he posts a picture of Janae Kai. And he's like, I've never seen her wrestle, but man, they could do something good with her if someone. It's like, motherfucker, you son of a bitch. That's way more dumb than what I said. Watch her fucking wrestle, dude. It's on YouTube for free. But yeah, man, shout out Scorpio Sky, and I'm just a big fan of him. I have been since back like in his early TNA days. What was his name? Like Mason Andrews or whatever. I was always a fan of the guy. So anyways, Ricochet has filed a trademark for Light Skin Kingpin. It's like, okay. Tony Khan feels that AEW is the wrestling he would love to watch when I was a kid. AEW, when I was a kid, is the wrestling I would love to watch. I absolutely loved watching that ECW, and the first wrestling show I ever went to outside of Champaign, Illinois. Dude, he lived in a place called Champaign. Think about that. Was actually in Philadelphia, was ECW. The first two shows I ever went to outside of Champaign were back-to-back. Outside Philadelphia, Friday night, and then in Philadelphia, Saturday night in the ECW arena. It was fantastic stuff. I grew up in Champaign, Illinois, and when I was 12 years old, I drank champagne for the first time. No, I started writing a show in an email thing with my friend, and we would write show. He was 37. I was 13. Well, I was 12. He was 36. We were on the message boards. It was great. And email them to each other. We drafted all the wrestlers and split all the wrestlers in the world up and wrote our shows, and mine was Wednesday Night Dynamite. Was it Wednesday night? I think wasn't he like Tuesday Night Dynamite when they were thinking about being on Tuesdays? The show I wrote as a kid was on Tuesdays. I think that's what he said. Someone could fact check that. And his show was at the Aragon Ballroom. He called it the Aragon Ballroom, and we're bringing it to life. My buddy Todd. He's dead now because he was like 50. He tried to meet me one time. So that was from Kiss FM's The Hot Tag. Shout them out. What the fuck, man? So get ready for the first 2-night Money in the Bank. So All in London is going down on the 30th of August, 2026. At Wembley. They're going back. And yeah, I mean, in 2026, if Money in the Bank goes 2 nights, I wouldn't like that. Well, here's the only problem. They can cop out because it works for Money in the Bank. Because when you have to do the women's and the men's, and you have the women and the men are equally as epic in 2025 in WWE. It's like you can split it up and say, well, the women's Money in the Bank one night and the men's the other night. Like, you can get away with that shit, I guess. And they could do that, man, and just invade the whole weekend again if they go head-to-head with All In. London. That's next year, though. We'll see. You know, WWE will just pull some out of their asses. But yeah, they're headed back to fucking London because this year they weren't even going to do Texas, but London was booked up, I guess. So it is what it is, man. So Marina Shafir says she directly approached Jon Moxley for help in AEW. She says that she went right up to Mox and I just go, I need help. I know I have something that's different, but I know the nature of this beast will dilute it and it'll just be, you know, here one day and gone the other. If we can do something with it, cool. I'm willing to be ready and learn. I know I need the reps. I know it's not tailored. I just need help. So like, well, fucking why? What about Roddy Strong? He didn't. He took my number down and watched a few of my matches, and he was like, okay, yep. Connected me with Defy, connected me with Revolver, and I just started getting those reps, and he helped me. With every match, we made little tweaks. It was just on the job learning, and then it just kind of evolved into, hey, I'm going to need you to be ready for this. I'm like, do you think I'm ready? I think I'm ready. I won't know until I do it. And then when it happened, there was a lot of excitement, and there was a lot of people that were mad, so I guess we got the good reaction. Yeah, I don't think you guys got the good reaction. I got to be honest. I think most people were just mad, and I don't think they haven't paid off the Bumbleclot Club yet. Like we saw in Dynamite, they're still. It's exactly what I said. I was like, well, what happens next? Like Mox doesn't care about the title. If he just disappears, that's going to be bullshit. They can't do that. But no one wants to see Moxley show up. Whether he wins or loses, that means nothing to his vocation. Like he doesn't give a shit whether he has the belt or not. And then we saw it. He was in a 4-man tag, and you know, it's just him fighting Ospreay. Didn't Ospreay run out again at the end of Dynamite or whatever? Like everyone was, maybe that didn't happen, but everyone was brawling again, and it was just he's in another fight with the Bumbleclot Club, and so it's gonna be like them in a blood and guts again against like who? Just insert the new guys, you know, like Kevin Knight and Mike Bailey and whatever. I don't know. It just seems like they really booked themselves into a corner with this Bumbleclot stuff, but good for Marina Shafir. I mean, all in all, she's like doing better shit than her promo of like, do you know who I am or whatever? She like that whole cringe promo that went ultra viral for sucking. This is at least better than that. MVP recalled Moxley's like, I know I have the perfect thing. Don't talk anymore. MVP recalled telling Bobby Lashley not to re-sign with WWE and instead go across the street to AEW after WWE released Shelton Benjamin in September 23. He says, I was sitting next to Bobby in catering and said, we got to get out of here. He told Lashley, don't re-sign. Let's get Shelton and go across the street. Our story is not finished. Yeah, I mean, good call. You guys got millions of dollars, and you guys get to keep doing this thing that a lot of people wanted to see. Unfortunately, I think they've muddied it up a bit with MJF. Personally, no, I'm just not really feeling it. Like, I gave it a chance. I was okay with it. I'm just not fully feeling MJF in the Hurt Business, you know? So Sting wants an Old Man Sting action figure. Let's take a listen. He tells Sterling and Cardona here.
I told you guys we were going to have the best guest of the weekend.
There's going to be a number 4. They've got to add Old Man Sting to it. So.
Was that the plan of the beard?
I actually wanted to retire as Old Man Sting.
I see. Yes.
Yeah.
I like that. Actually, there's that. There's some meat on the bone there.
Yeah, I like that.
I love that.
I've got enough fans going, one more.
I think Goldberg takes a match in AEW against Jericho with Sting as the special enforcer, or like Goldberg and Sting versus Jericho and whoever he can get. Fucking Jeff Jarrett, even something. I'm not joking. I would fucking bet money we get some shit like that. And Sting goes undefeated still. Or he's just like the enforcer or the ref or the timekeeper or whatever. And Goldberg goes to AEW and ends his career on a win at like 2026 All In. And I'm not kidding. That's why he was talking shit. He knows he can go back and get. That's the thing too. It could be like Jericho and Kojima versus Sting and Goldberg or some shit. Tony Khan would book that. You know he's a mark for that shit. Absolutely. So
yeah, right. One more match. I'm 66 now.
Wow.
Enough is enough.
Well, you look.
Jericho Goldberg, even right there. That's all it takes. Jericho and Goldberg. They were supposed to they wrestled in WWE. It was different though. They didn't fully pay it off from WCW. They fought in real life and shit backstage, right? And so you bring back that, Tony Khan's a mark for all that old shit. He just wishes he was WCW. He thinks he's WCW. Oh, talk about the time he thought you were a junior heavyweight. And then Jericho would lay down for Goldberg. He doesn't give a fuck if the payoff's there, So, yeah, I could totally see that happening.
Great.
You look great. The figures look great. We know you have a busy schedule. We're not going to keep you here. Everybody, give it up for Sting.
Thank you. Thank you,
everyone.
That's the beauty of Sting being such an icon, too. He grows a beard and then, boom, a whole new line of action figures, making money, So Will Ospreay is set to be out for a while due to an injury after being written off with an attack from the Death Riders at All in Texas. And so Meltzer says the plan was always for Ospreay to rest after All in Texas. His injuries are reportedly worse than he thought, with no time frame on how long he'll be absent, Brian. Samoa Joe, who was attacked by the Death Riders at All In, will also be out of action due to promoting the Twisted Metal series. So, yeah, again, I mean, whatever. I'm not going to, I haven't seen anyone really report on it or anything. Meltzer's the first one, so I'm not going to give anyone shit. But, yeah, he's got television shit. I said that on the show. And then Ospreay, that's why Joe's like injured or whatever they did with him. But with Ospreay, he's banged up, Go figure. Don't have the same match. Don't let Blake Christian do 800 fucking moves to you and kick out of 70 fucking things. Like, come on, man. The stretcher jobs were also a cover, as Joe and Ospreay will be out for a while. Ospreay has been hurting for a while. The idea for a while. Look at how bad this writing is. Ospreay has been hurting for a while, and the idea for a while was to go through All In and then rest. Yeah, you said that before, and then you said a while twice in the same sentence, which drives me mad. Okay. His injuries ended up being, any fucking good writer would go, okay, you a while twice. They'd underline that. Your teacher would go, you used a while twice. Find a synonym for this. His injuries ended up being worse than he thought. There's no time frame on how long he'll be out of school with Phil Douglas here, the Dean Douglas, be out of action as he'll be seeing a doctor in the U.S. next week to be fully checked out. Then he'll have a better idea how long he'll be out. Obviously, he was scheduled to be a focal point in the advertising and for the Forbidden Door show. He might not even make it, bruv, to Forbidden Door. So, Tony Khan had a great response to Raj Giri, and Raj deleted his post. Why? Because the sickos went full-blown racialist, mental redact on Raj Giri. And by the way, they're like calling him we'll let's read it here. So Raj Giri, what he said was like, man, this Dynamite show wasn't that good. I didn't like it. I think it's bad, whatever. It's like underwhelming. He wasn't too brutal on it. He's just like, it was underwhelming coming off of All In, your biggest show in America or whatever. Tony Khan says, thank you for watching anyway. Hashtag AEW Dynamite. I like this. And I quote it. I'm like, word up, man. This is what you do, doggy. No, I was like, bro, this is how you respond to this shit. Like, lead by example, Tony. There you go. Hopefully the sickos see, this is how you handle fucking criticism of the show. Or this is how you react and make people go, huh, what a cool owner or whatever, right? This is way much better of a response than getting mad or being like, whatever, or you don't know shit. You just thank you for watching anyway. That's a great answer, right? So this guy here, like, I mean, there was a bunch of people who even went after Tony for this. There was a bunch of people who went after Raj. Raj was getting like racialist fucking DMs and stuff like this. But this huge ass TT's guy. So first off, your name is fucking dumb. But he's like, you cooked that dirty terrorist. LOL. Good job, Tone Loke. And yeah, I just wrote, like, I'm sure Tony Khan appreciates your racism. Really helped get his message across. And like, I don't know if Raj Giri and Tony Khan, like, are they the same ethnicity? Like, are their parents? I know they're both American, but I don't know, man. Like, what? That is crazy. That is fucking crazy to me. And some of these guys too, like this guy could be trolling too to make sickos look bad. Some people do that as well. I don't know. I don't follow this guy or know enough. He's got a funny name, I guess. Reminds me of like an MJF promo, a line that'd be in an MJF promo. Huge tits. But yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's definitely something there to be said about the sickos. And shout out Tony Khan, giving you high praise for, I'm going to retweet it too right now, just for having a good response. So why is this bookmarked?
Listen, some racist stuff happened on the thing. So they put down the monocle, which is a great drink, by the way. And they did it like this. They did it like this.
I have no idea why this is in AEW news. Must have been an accident. That's UFC news. So Tony Khan says in 2025, he's more in the weeds with AEW creative than ever before. He says, I had so many different people pitching ideas, and I was trying to be accommodating, maybe too much. Oh, boy. So I just decided I'm going to scrap the meetings. Oh, my God. So he pulled a Vince. I'm just not going to meet with anyone. See, pal, you do what fucking Vince is doing, and then people are like, the show's shitty, and everyone's like, no, it's not shitty. But when Vince was doing it, and we're like, the shows are shitty, and then, you need a team around you, a solid team, and I just think Tony likes it better. I'm off in the weeds. That's not a good thing. People are using off in the weeds the wrong way, too, because everyone's fucking redacted on the internet, dude. Off in the weeds is not a good thing. It means you're like, we can just read it, man. You just got to Google these shits. What does off in the weeds mean? Okay. It just means like you're off and you're not fucking focused on, like you're off the trail. You're not going down the fucking road that you started off on, right? Am I correct about that? What does off in the weeds mean? So like this isn't a good thing. So often the means weeds are in the weeds is an idiom that means being overwhelmed by details or struggling with a task or situation, right? ADHD is basically how I've always interpreted it, right? Like my wife will tell me I get off in the fucking weeds. I get distracted easily, So losing sight of the bigger picture. So Tony's saying, yeah, man, I've just been getting lost in the weeds. So you're saying that you were so overwhelmed trying to accommodate everyone that you decided to go become more overwhelmed with details and struggle with the task or situation at hand and are often losing sight of the bigger picture. It can also be described as being busy with too many tasks or problems, especially in a way that makes it hard to keep up. So this is what everyone keeps fucking saying. This shit drives me nuts. It's like when people write fucking lose. They think they're writing the word lose, but they're writing the word loose. Okay? Lose has one O, people. L-O-S-E. It's little things like this. Drive me fucking mad. Okay? But off in the weeds, all these sickos are fucking loosing their minds and fucking loosing the plot and not using these fucking terminologies and these idioms and shit correctly. And Tony Khan isn't. Off in the weeds isn't a good thing, right? So I don't know where we lost that as well in translation, but anyways, he says that in early 25, I had the same realization that I need to do what I did 5 years ago. Just block out everything. You didn't do that 5 years ago. 5 years ago, you were letting the Bucks book the tag division, Kenny was booking the women, Rhodes was doing his thing, and you were booking the other shit. So that's not what you were doing, unless you're admitting that what everyone speculated and how the show went to shit is that everyone was just off in their own worlds, doing their own fucking things, and there was no direction, and they need to tighten this up because holy shit, man, this could fly off the rails. And everyone's like, nope, nope, nope. And then so you're admitting that, or you're just admitting, or you're just lying. It's one or the other, right? You were either listening to everyone and incorporating everyone's shit on the show at the time, or you were locked in and everything was compartmentalized, just like everyone said. And fucking Meltzer and everybody were like, no, that's not all the sick. No, that wasn't happening. That's not happening, right? You're either lying or you fucking, or, you know, anyways, I beat that to death. Let's continue along. It's just, I can't, it's just, how do these, this dude and Dave always stooge themselves in the funniest ways. They say too much of nothing, which then reveals so much of everything, because he's not just trying to be cut to the point and say what is real, you know? So Tony Khan says, not listen to everybody's advice and maybe just make the show what I think it should be. Yeah, I don't know, man. I would cut out a lot of people that are around you, but clearly the Bucks can just do whatever they want still, though. So you don't fucking lie to me and say you're not listening to people. So Dave Meltzer talks about Tony Storm versus Mercedes at All in Texas. He says, and listen how bad this is. Like, the fact this is the qualifier. Dave goes, it was the best women's match that didn't involve heavy blood that the company has done. Like, how bad of an assessment is that? It was the best match without blood they've ever done. Like, the fact that that's the qualifier, you know, it's pretty nuts, man. So, but shout out Storm and Monet. I did think they had a good match. Went a fucking hair too long, though. For sure. But I thought they had a solid match. And there's one thing to be said about that All In show. They didn't do gore and guts and all that bullshit until the last match. And then they just went all out with Moxley. I mean, we just watched the slow-mo. He was spraying blood. And I think that is a little too much. Again, like, you do the pre-show and it's like the Rizzler and Big Boom AJ are on that shit. And what's the point of that? To get people to see that and like, hey, kids and families, buy our pay-per-view that's about to come on. And then it ends with like a dude getting fucking, you know, like a scene out of a horror flick chiseled. And I just don't know about all that, but at least it wasn't like dudes getting slammed through glass in the pre-show and then an arena brawl match and then color in the main event, right? But the fact that Meltzer has to put that qualifier on it is pretty fucked up. Will Ospreay, bruv, has been working banged up and is expected to take some time off, so we covered that. I hope he gets well soon. Again, it's to be expected. You can't wrestle that fucking style. There's no longevity in that. And that's why some of these guys know that and they take the big bucks up front, you know, and I guess you can't blame them for that. So All in Texas did $725,000 in merchandise revenue, which would be the largest for a non-WWE show in the U.S. or Canada in history. Again, someone's got to fact check Meltzer on that. I'm willing to believe it, though, and good for AEW, you know? I wonder how much of that goes to the talent and how much of that goes to Pro Wrestle Tees. Is the bigger question. So again, man, Adam Copeland, they're calling him Adam Copeland again. They dropped the Cope shit, which is like good because that whole thing was just used against them so badly. And it's better than like Christian Cage and Cope. No, it's better if they're Christian Cage and Adam Copeland or Copeland and Cage or Copeland and Christian, right? Or Cage and Cope. That all rolls off the tongue. But yeah, it's just, I think it's just use his real name. He's in movies and shit or he's on Disney, you know, he plays Ares on that fucking show. So here's the thing though. He just stooges And whether this is kayfabe or not, I don't know what the sickos are going to say. Oh, it's kayfabe. Whether it's kayfabe or not, I don't know, man. But you tell me, chat, did he stooge that they were contract tampering? Here's the thing. Again, I'll precursor this because there hasn't been a lot of contract tampering talk in a long time. So if we travel back in time to when I've talked about this in the past, okay, where's my fucking time travel? Shout out Julia Gulia. So I have always said it. I don't care when Tony Khan lies about the attendance numbers and shit. I don't care when WWE lies about the attendance numbers and shit. I don't care if WWE's contract tampering. I don't give a fuck if AEW's doing it either, bro. Especially with independent contractors. I could give two shits less. Okay? They don't even pay their health and shit, and you expect them to fucking not go figure out where they can get more money. I don't care about any of that, right? Now, I care when Sickos and Meltzer and shit doesn't keep the same energy both ways. And I care about fucking when Meltzer's still crying about WrestleMania 3 attendance, and then he doesn't keep the same energy for All In, Wembley, or Texas or whatever. Yeah, we got a problem. I'm going to call it out and call him a goof. I don't care if Carney wrestling promoters are promoting their Carney wrestling promotion, right? I don't give a fuck about that. And I don't care. Like, this doesn't trigger me, but it's hilarious that he just says, like, flat out on their TV, we were contract tampering. FTR, they contacted me, and I said, yeah, let me wrestle Sheamus in Toronto, and I'll come start with you guys right away.
We even talked about, hey, man, imagine if we could form rated FTR and win the Trios Championships. I'm in a different company, and we're talking about this. We even talked
like, why? I'm in a different company, and we're talking about this. So contract tampering, is it too conspiratorial to throw out like an X-Files and say he purposefully said that so nobody freezes his shit when he goes, my fucking, hey, that option you want to pick up, you're not going to pick that up, and you're not going to freeze my deal for my injury time either. Like, is that what the fuck's going on with that? I have no idea why he'd say that. Seems crazy to even throw that out there, unless he's just talking truth, in which case he fucked up and stooged that they were contract tampering. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just curious as to whether or not he meant to do that purposefully, right? I'm willing to let my fucking tinfoil hat antenna go off and be like, hey, maybe he did throw that out there, because why else would you say it unless you're just shooting from the hip? So Jeff Jarrett has commented on WWE's attempts to counter-program AEW Forbidden Door. So it's 3 promotions. The card's going to be off the charts. The O2 is going to be rocking. I'm not real sure the bullets in the gun that NXT is going to have, but I'm going to say they're going to have TNA. They're going to have some, but as the challenger brand, just feels like there's fan bases and this and that. But why do that to NXT? There's no way from an online audience perspective that, and again, there's a value to this and that, but what is the upside? Because there's no doubt that Forbidden Door will blow Heatwave out of the water. Again, that's opinion-based. Heatwave Hot Lucha Summer in Massachusetts. Let me just throw that out there. We might get a fucking Wild Mr. Iguana on that show or something. I'll throw this out there too. Jeff Jarrett's batting for his company, but we align. Like, it's sort of unfair to the NXT talent that they have to bear the burden of like going head to head. However, I love that they're doing this because it teaches these guys to fight for something, man. This new system, you get developed, you get called up. It's all great and everything, but they've never had to scratch and claw or fight. And it teaches them, like Shawn Michaels and Triple H came up in an era where they were at war. So this gives them the opportunity to feel what that's like. You don't know what it's like to be the bad man. So yeah, I don't know why I sang it like that either. I was doing the Fred Durst version, I guess. But yeah, shout out My World. And yeah, he's batting for his company. And fuck, we'll be doing the head-to-head watch along. But I saw some people saying like, oh, it's on August 24th, so this isn't head-to-head with AEW or whatever, but All in London's next year, boys, so they still could go head-to-head. Switchblade posted this. He said, interesting comparison of Google Trends data between Dynamite and Raw over the past 12 months. You can see a massive spike during the weeks WWE moved to Netflix, whereas we saw zero spike for AEW on Max. You would think 300K new weekly viewers would have caused a spike in interest. Exactly. You'd think they'd be Googling like, oh, Max sign up or whatever the fuck. But they didn't. Well, I already had Max. You goddamn liars. You liars. Liar! So, yeah, this is just an interesting thing to note. And I love that Switchblade even looked that up, took the time to figure that out. Adam Cole wrestled 2 nights before All In a 6-man tag on AEW Collision. The story is that he took a clothesline and probably suffered a concussion. It wasn't diagnosed as such. Oh, then sue whoever the fuck didn't diagnose it as a concussion. But Cole had an issue that was more likely from a concussion. So what are you saying, Dave? This is from The Observer. It wasn't diagnosed, but he had an issue that was more likely from a concussion that was scary enough. So from what concussion? The buckle bomb or the bomb on the apron? What concussion? What did he have to do? Throw up his Cool Ranch Doritos like fucking Hook mid-match? Like, why is it that? So, again, imagine this. I'm going to fucking hit an X-Files here. What if Adam Cole, baby, their doctors were like, oh, man. And I'm not saying this happened. I'm just saying, like, what if Adam Cole, like, the doctors there were like, no, it's not a concussion. And then he's like, man, he goes and sees his doctor, and his doctor's like, you got a fucking concussion, bro. Like, you might not be able to wrestle again. And he goes to them like, hey, Tony, like, what if that was the case as well? That's crazy. And we saw Hook get KO'd. We saw Matt Hardy get thrown off a fucking crane and get KO'd and keep wrestling. We've seen numerous instances. So again, people get injured. This isn't ballet, blah, blah. I get that. But how many instances have we seen people knocked out fucking cold, dude? 5 is too many. 5 is like 4 too many, dude. Knocked out cold in 6 years. We seen that dude, that kid, what's his name? The Silver and what's the guy? Reynolds or whatever the fuck. Angels, the Dark Order guys. We saw him, the one get knocked out. We saw Hook throwing up in the ring. We saw Matt Hardy get KO'd falling off the thing. We've seen Adam Cole get have severe concussion issues. Now he's retiring from this. He got power bombed on the apron. We saw Bandito knock himself out. Like, at what point, man, do we go like, hold up? So on the day of All In, he pulled out of the show. So even though he's going through all this shit, it's like, well, if you feel good enough, man, can you still get in there? And he's like, I don't know, Tony. Like, what happened? How did they get to the day of All In without pulling him? Or did they do that so they could advertise him up until the final hour? Like, it's too many times. Now, if WWE in the last 6 years had 6 KOs, like I just fucking shoot KOs, like I just brought up, okay, we can talk. But come on, man. It's too much, man. We got to do something about this. And the medical, like, I don't know what's going on. I know people want to say, this was the doctor that saved Jerry Lawler's life. It's also the doctor that CM Punk said I had to beg to cut a thing out of my fucking back or whatever. Isn't it? So, I mean, come on, dude. I'm glad he saved Jerry Lawler's life, but that doesn't like, is he a great, that's awesome. Is he good with concussions? The fuck is going on over there? And the fact like the matches continue and they were going to wrestle him. Is that crazy for me though? Like, and I'm not even saying that as necessarily a bad thing. Well, it's pro wrestling. They're going to work. Well, we didn't announce it and we were going to work the sheets and say, hey, he didn't pull out till the last day because we wanted to advertise him till the last minute. Again, I'm not like criticizing, but I'm throwing that out there. Like, was that the case? Or is it this scary thing where they were like, no, man, if you can go, right? Like, that's fucking scary, dude, to me. Right? It's that, and he should just pack it up. He should just end. And like, I love Adam Cole, and I don't want people to have to retire and shit. Like, it's horribly sad. I fucking got sad when Edge had to retire, thought he had to, when Bryan thought he had to retire. When wrestlers have really retired, you know. And Adam Cole, like, come on, man. He's done shit in ROH. He's a legend in pro wrestling for sure. As far if you just all of pro wrestling as a whole, like if you factor in the indies, just as like a mark who enjoys wrestling, his run in NXT Black and Gold, that ushered in a new era, the Undisputed Era, legit. That's why they're fucking called that. It was that era of fucking Black and Gold. It was the peak. If you were like it was the forbidden door of wrestling for a while. And if you were like an indie fan and shit. And, you know, in ROH, he had a great run. And AEW, he did good shit too, man. He did some good stuff, had some good matches at the start there. It was fun, man. And then it was literally, he got KO'd, and then it's just never been the same. Then they brought, you know, Red Dragon in and all that. And then Fish's stuff with Punk. It's sort of muddy. Then they're in the Super Elite, and everyone's getting tired of the Bucks, right? So it got kind of dampened, but Adam Cole's debut in AEW is one of like the most epic viral fucking, well, I don't know if it's one of the most viral moments in wrestling. That would be, it went extremely viral for AEW relative to AEW. And at the time it was like one of the most epic, holy shit, he's here. And then Danielson came out. It was like a double whammy, you know, and then WWE one-upped it with the Orton CM Punk return, like double return, I would say. But yeah. Anyway, shout out Adam Cole. I hope he's healthy. Fucking guys, man. Marina Shafir details physical altercation with a male coworker at a gym. So again, if you guys follow MMA, Juliana Pena told a story about how she first started in the UFC and she was like still a line cook or like a server, and she got in a fight with a male line cook at the restaurant she worked at before she started making money, you know, as a fighter, like real money. And so she was an MMA fighter, and she's like, I'm going to go fight this guy for real, and fought him in the back alley. And this dude mollywopped her, and he had no training or whatever. And she's like, and that's when I realized, even though I'm a woman with training, like I shouldn't fuck with a dude, you know, this guy whooped my ass. Right. And so Marina Shafir has a way creepier, weirder altercation where she's at a gym. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but she's like listening to her music, and her back is turned to this guy, and he like fucking slams into her, and she hits her face or whatever, and she starts bleeding, and she's just there working out. And he's like, come on. Like, he's dead serious. Like, oh, you're a UFC? Oh, you're a UFC wrestler, huh? Come on. Some fucking retarded bodybuilder bro guy or whatever who thinks he's like, oh, let me shoot on this real fucking shooter, man. And it's a girl, bro. That's how like low we've come as a society, right? These fucking machismo dudes, these Bradley Martin motherfuckers. Oh man, I could beat up a chick. Want to bet? Yeah, bro. It's like, what the fuck? So no, this guy's clearly mentally deranged though. But yeah, and she like fought him and shit, like whooped on him. So shout out Marina Shafir, and I'm glad she's alive. Okay. 5 years ago, so the virtuosa Deonna Purrazzo again. So we've covered it here on the show. We've chronicled it here at PWT. She talked about how, hey, I'm in TNA, or I'm in AEW now, but my time in TNA, that was the best locker room I've ever been a part of, even though she's in AEW, right? And realistically, she's relegated to Ring of Honor and Pure Championships that she doesn't even fucking win, and Pure tournaments or whatever that she doesn't even win. Now she makes a post, 5 years ago, my life changed, her winning the Impact title. Now I get it. This isn't like a low-key dig at AEW, but it just shows you like How did AEW make her life change? What was it now? 2 years ago? When did she sign? A year ago? How long ago was it? Boy, she came in, had a lot of momentum, and boy, did that fucking change quick. You know? Like, boy, did that fucking fall off tremendously quick. So shout her out. I hope they do more with her. But yeah. Hopefully they do more with her in ROH/AEW. Sorry here. These guys are clinching across the cage. So AEW All in Texas had the best story payoff since WrestleMania 3 per Tony's best friend Todd. Read this shit. So Tony Khan claims he was told All in Texas had the best story payoff since WrestleMania 3. Ringside News post this. And then here's the story. While speaking to Q101, Tony Khan talked about how AEW All in Texas and shared how his friend Todd reacted to the event. Khan called it their big success story and said it was also simply the best wrestling show they could have delivered. Khan says Todd was actually the first person to introduce Tony to the idea of running weekly shows back in the Aragon Brawl Room days and gave him the highest praise. So he's like, my friend Todd, who I talked to in the emails, like who we covered before. He's like, yeah, I would email and we'd book our fucking shows. And he's saying that Todd told him that this was the best show ever since WrestleMania fucking 3. And he told this to a media outlet seriously.
You fucking mark!
Like seriously, and wants people to take him fucking serious. Utterly fucking madness. Let's check out chat here says you ain't hype. For 2 says Adam is just edging. Oh, can I get a snare over here? Yeah, you're right, dude. He is over in now. Todd doesn't exist. Don't uck with Todd. Hey Tony. Well, that seals it. It was okay. Sup Kenny and Ricky. Howdy PWT. Well, these guys got smashed when they tried Boss Rutan, so they move on to MMA women. Yeah, exactly. And then you hit him with the bottle, bop, 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 and he's knocked out like this, okay? Bing, bing, bong, and you kick him in the head. I fucking love Boss, dude. George QT said in a recent interview, okay, here, we got to see it. Chief Wahoo says, hi, what's your name? Todd. Todd is a legend. Todd doesn't exist. Todd. I'm seeing all this Todd stuff. Chief Wahoo. Hey, what's your name? Todd. Awesome. Yeah, Todd is such a legend. You got me a super chat, bro. So thank you, Todd. And shout out Chief Wahoo. Let's acknowledge Wahoo.
Acknowledge me.
Phil, there is a retired wrestler that is from Rockwood, Tennessee, my hometown, that could have went to TNA because he is good friends with him, with Jim Cornette. Awesome. Well, that's fucking great. Okay, chat. Amazing. Kenny D for 2 says, you're not my dad, Todd. I'm not your Todd guy. Fucking Todd. The George Carlin reference. Yeah. Hey, my favorite is when he plays in Jane Silent Bob Strike Back, when George Carlin's like, he's like that hitchhiker. And he's like, hey, if it'll get me a few miles across the country, I'll take a shot in the mouth. Gay, straight, it's all the same. You know, I fucking love that, dude. It's so funny. The unwritten rule. It's the first rule in the book. The book? What book? The unwritten book of the road. Dude, it's so good. Okay, let's move along here, chat. Almost 400 of you watching, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. You can super chat in, become a member for only 99 cents on YouTube, and you get access to my bonus shows Mondays, okay? Thanks for tuning in. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit dislike, leave a good comment, whatever the fuck you got to do. Retweet it. Appreciate you all for being here. George said we're at 71 likes. So over on the Clips channel, if we don't get to 100 likes, we're going to play Jericho, or maybe we'll play Jericho for 100 likes. We'll see. It remains to be seen. He's here, though. He's waiting to jump in. He's waiting to jump into the game. So moving along here. Megan Bain confirms split from boyfriend and wrestling superstar Joey Janela. So we had Awful Wrestling in the chat here. And yeah, he was beefing with Joey Janela, and Janela had to block Awful after starting shit with him. And Megan Bain
Are you sure about that?
No, it obviously has nothing to do with that, but unfortunate for him, but not unfortunate because, I mean, Janela has fucking look at his track record, dude. So someone made the joke, though. They're like, this is a lie. Joey Janela is not a wrestling superstar. And it was, I don't know, kind of funny. But I think Janela's funny. I know people get triggered by him, but I do get a kick out of the guy. Scott D'Amore thinks that the Young Bucks could leave AEW and join WWE to have a WrestleMania moment. Now, he would know more than I, but I just don't think that would fucking happen because the Bucks would have to agree to a pay cut. WWE would shit in their mouths in that moment. It would be them getting beat. It would be Triple H and Shawn Michaels hitting a double Meltzer driver on fucking on the Bucks and then teabagging them on the fucking forehead, right? Is what it would honestly be at this point after all the shit. CM Punk would fight them again, or they'd be forced to confront him, and they like to face. He'd be like, "Yeah, I want a meeting," or don't hire them. And, you know, WWE would hire them just to step on AEW's throat, but they'd have to take a pay cut and shit. So I just don't see it happening. But D'Amore says, Will Ospreay and Swerve beat the Bucks with the gimmick. The Bucks are no longer AEW EVPs. You had the top stars of tomorrow. Yeah, now they're doing bad comedy. So you had the top stars of tomorrow beating the guys who helped build the company. The Bucks, Matt and Nick, have done everything there is to do in AEW's characters and as real-life executives. It's no secret WWE wanted the Bucks badly before they helped form AEW. Yeah, they only wanted them badly to keep them away to stop AEW from being what it was going to be, you know? And I can see Matt and Nick, not tomorrow, but at some point, maybe deciding it's time to go have a WrestleMania moment like fellow AEW founder Cody Rhodes did. I mean, I could see it too, just not anytime soon. It'll be like their final run, and we finally realize that you know, or we don't ever see it. But I don't really care. Bucks are like, I don't care. They're just shitheads. So they would rock the boat. They'd be in it for themselves too much, killing the business. That was their whole shtick. And Cornette was so right about them, as much as even folks like myself didn't want to believe that he was. And I think that maybe they do it one day and then everyone will roast them for being raging hypocrites the way they try to do for Punk. And I'll support it, I guess. But ultimately, I just think they're for lifers in AEW, and I just don't even care if I ever see them in WWE. So MJF reposted this, and it's Adam Sandler talking about MJF and Becky Lynch, I believe, a little bit, but talking about MJF and his tremendous talent. I just rewatched Happy Gilmore last night or the day before, and I'm excited for the sequel. I mean, it's going to be just mindless, empty-headed fucking humor, and that's what I'm not analyzing it like it's supposed to be this next great. I'm sure we'll see all the fucking usual suspects making fucking videos about how shit and shite Adam fucking Happy Gilmore 2 is, but it's just like a brainless dummy movie. I mean, I don't like when they rehash the same jokes, but if Sandler can make $70 million this year doing that, redoing an old movie from the fucking 90s, but in 2025, I'm here for it, Eric. But here's Sandler talking about MJF, a big wrestling fan, by the way. Adam Sandler is.
You've got a few wrestlers in this movie.
Yeah.
Shout out Giga Chad, Chris Van Vliet. Becky
Great.
Lynch, and also MJF is your son.
Yes.
What can you tell me about working with MJF?
Funny as hell.
So nice.
What a great.
The funniest part is where in Happy Gilmore is where she's like, Happy lookout, like just the way she says it when he's about to get hit by the buggy.
Tell me about working with
I always like pop for that part just because the way she says happy lookout,
MJF. Funny as hell.
So nice.
What a great kid. Love him. Family member.
I was a
I'd
little
say-
concerned when halfway through he was going to fight.
He went and had a match
He
and then
had
had
a
to come
match
back
and
the
came
next
back,
day.
and I was like,
and
I don't know if this is your best
he was
idea.
all right. He was at the Garden, I think. It
He
was-
did, and he goes, I'm gonna win.
yeah.
Sandler's like, don't bring up AEW because I'm not going to that shit. He's like, listen, I have a deal with Netflix. They have a deal with WWE. MJF's great. He's going to be there soon. Don't bring up AEW because I ain't going there, dude. I ain't showing up to that shit.
Yeah, but the things
And
he
I said,
has
like,
to do.
What if you get
He
like,
came bruised. He came. There's
bruises
some.
you can cover?
He had some extra bruises, but
Like,
he
like
was a
what if
stud.
you lost a tooth?
We fixed it in post. Calm down.
I
What are
was
you
worried.
doing?
I was worried. I was like, I don't think you should do it. I don't think you should do it.
You
He's like,
truly love him. He was a
great.
that kid is jacked and he's a stud. I'm happy to say he's my fake son forever.
I'm proud of my big son.
I love my fake son. I love him in real life. You've got a
Damn, dude. So Muscle Man Malcolm, who people get overly triggered by, asks Kyle Fletcher his Waffle House order. So let's take a look.
Kyle Fletcher, what is your Waffle House order?
Okay, I've been to Waffle House, let's say 3 times maybe in my life.
3 times.
I have no idea what it was called, but I think I go for like they do like the hash browns, right?
Yeah,
like
talking
the
about the
shredded
bowls?
hash. Yes, maybe I'm
Yes.
talking about the bowls. That sounds about right. Some kind of bowl with hash browns in it.
It had like sausage in it and cheese and egg.
Yes, that's the one. What else?
It's funny because at Tim Hortons in Canada here, bud, they had the Ryan Reynolds like hash brown breakfast bowl or whatever, right? And they had him in all the ads for it. And he's like, this is what I personally eat on my rider in a fucking bowl. And it's like, no, it isn't, dude. It's like greasy sausages and eggs on top of hash browns with like fucking like spicy sauce on it and cheese or whatever. It's like Ryan Reynolds ain't eating this shit, bro. But he's a good little Canadian fellow.
Whatever
I
that
suppose.
is.
Maybe not after all that Blake Lively shit, but yeah.
Yeah, that thing.
It's just a hash brown bowl. That's all it's called.
There you go. I'll
Simple
take it.
stuff.
Hash brown bowl.
Now you need to add the Waffle House sauce to it. Do you know what that is?
I have no idea.
Think
what
like
that is.
Chick-fil-A sauce, right? But like sexier, right?
Yeah, see, this is sort of what they had like at Timmy's. They're doing this where you order this like bowl thing with the hash brown and then they put like the sauce on it. I didn't know what to call it, Chipotle sauce or whatever. So it's sort of what he's describing here. But yeah, Timmy's definitely not like, I wouldn't compare it to like a Denny's or a Waffle. Like I got Denny's here, right? I wouldn't compare it to like Denny's or Waffle House. I'd say it's more comparable to like I'm assuming like a Dunkin' Donuts or Krispy Kreme or whatever. But they have this bowl, a similar bowl type setup. But I just thought it was funny that Ryan Reynolds is like, yeah, I eat this on my rider. This is on my rider for events. Like, no, it isn't, you asshole. Fucking bold-faced lie. I'm going to sue Tim Hortons for lying, bud.
Yeah, it's like a sexy sauce when you think about it. You got, yeah, hello. Now you got to put like a whole gallon on top of it. Get a straw, drink it. All right, that was too far. That was too far.
Yeah, take it away.
Okay, all right, well,
We're done here.
all right.
Shout out Muscle Man Malcolm. So Tony Khan says, due to her attack on President Takada, her termination for cause from We Are Stardom. So the storyline in Stardom is that she attacked Takada and was terminated from Stardom. And Tony Khan says, after her debut June 4 at Fyter Fest, I placed Tekla on a 45-day probation period before validating her contract. Her probation ended today. Tekla is all elite. So Tony posts these when they're officially signed. So She Shoot is officially signed now. So that means the date she's made prior, she wasn't. Now, Tony Khan's given his little kayfabe story here, but she wasn't signed prior. She was just on like a per appearance thing is what he's sort of revealing up until this point. So good for her. She's on salary now. So what this means, chat, just breaking this down for you guys, right? That's how it works in AEW. So, okay, I don't know how many thousands of dollars she got for her spots that she's done with AEW thus far. And obviously Tony probably had planned on signing her, and maybe the probation period was, let me bring you in and see how you get over, and if I want to sign you to my, hey, you just go to Ring of Honor deal, and I'll pay you when you come to work for Ring of Honor, or whatever. Maybe that's what Tony was doing. I have no clue. But when he posts this graphic, this now means she's in the $200,000. Maybe he doesn't pay people that much anymore. Maybe he has learned over the years. But let's put it this way: she's in the 6-figure salary club now. Period. 100,000 plus now. She's getting paid per year for sure. Round of applause for Tekla. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Ichi Nissan Da all together. So let's check in with chat here. Thomas Moore for 5 says Tony, Dave, and Todd. Interesting combo. Tony, Dave, and Todd walk into a bar. Tony, Dave, and Todd walk into a bar. The best guys, Tony, Todd.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
I don't know. Maybe that's stupid, but that's what hit my mind. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 5 says marry, date, pass. Lola Vice, Jade Cargill, Zelina Vega. Well, good sir, I would date my wife, marry my wife, pass on these other bitches. You know, I'm just... And she ain't even here, and I'm saying that. But I'll play the game. You super chatted, I'll play the game. I would probably, I'd marry Jade Cargill because that means she had to divorce the baseball player and she gets all his MLB money. I would date Lola Vice because, and then Zelina Vega's happily married and can hold a marriage together, so I'd maybe pass on her, I guess, or marry her. No, I'd marry Jade because then we get the MLB money. I'd pass on Zelina, unfortunately, and then I'd date Lola Vice. So there you go. I played the game. Let me check in with chat a little bit further. Chat, answer. You guys play it and give your marry, date, pass or whatever. Pass on Vega. Why? Because you have to pass on one of them, bro. So what do you want me to do? Out of those 3 as well? Oh, man, no, I'm not going to play that. I'm actually going to just stop talking. But out of those 3, that's the order I do it in. You pick your order, bro. You pick your goddamn order, bro. Oh, Jake is here. What's up, Jake? A gay bar. Yeah, yeah, Dave, Todd, and Tony walk into a gay bar. And what do they say? What do they order? Ichi Nissan Da? No. They should have done that story on TV. Yeah, it's Tekla, not Thekla. But the Thekla jokes, of course, that's going to take off. So why didn't Tony come up with that story beforehand? I don't have Waffle House. Well, yeah, you're right, dude. That should have been her hype coming into AEW. It should have been like, why is she here? She attacked the whatever at the crossover show. We saw blah, 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 and da-da-da-da-da, But instead, they don't really do that with Stardom that much. Okay. Let's scroll back down. Andrew Bowers, +1 minus Kevin. Jade for me. Pass on Lola, marry Vega, take Jade to cold day. You didn't finish reading. Pass on Vega, marry Lola, date Jade. It's all about the game and how you play it. Coldplay. No, we know what you meant. I'm just roasting your botch there. Okay. Cold day rules. Yeah. The Coldplay meme. Okay, we got WWE news to get into, guys. UFC's on. It's been a solid card so far. I'm not gonna lie, but if I wasn't doing this show, I bet some of the matches I'd be criticizing a little bit here. And yes, I call them matches like Chael Sonnen sometimes here when it comes to MMA. So chat, who's ready for WWE news? Should we get into it? Let's fucking get into it. Why wait any longer? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We'll hit the breaking news for WWE. So Jelly Roll guest hosted the Jimmy Kimmel Show. R.I.P. Stephen Colbert's Late Show. I can't believe he's such a hacky fuck and politicized his show so much to the point where fucking him and other people, and this isn't conspiracy theory, this is like in the news, man. They're having meetings with like intelligence agencies and shit. Like these hacky comedian fucks. We were talking about George Carlin, one of the last true greats. I'm not sure if it was him or someone else who was quoted as saying like fucking comedians try and get the laugh. Entertainers try and get the fucking, they do it for applause or whatever, you know. And that's a great analogy. I'm not sure if that was Carlin who said that. I forget. Someone quote me on that or Google that one, or that's not verbatim. I butchered the quote, but you guys get the gist of it. It's like, God damn, man. He just, the Late Show, gone. Just ruined it, man. Drove Letterman shit into the ground. He picked up for Letterman, right? Colbert did? That son of a bitch. Anyways, Kimmel, though, I guess going strong, but he's done the same. Like, no one watches these fuck shows, and that's why Jelly Roll's hosting it. But either way, they're doing WWE angles on the Jimmy Kimmel Show, so I'm here for it. But yeah, let's watch it. I'll try and pause this up because these big fucking networks go hard when you play their shit. And here's Jelly Roll. And if this gets clipped out, it goes on Patreon, guys. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And yeah, man, Randy Orton and Drew McIntyre and Jelly Roll and Logan Paul shows up. And he's like, dude, you know who I just met? Dude, bro, I don't even know why you're here, dude. He starts doing that whole like, you know, talking like a black dude kind of Latin. I don't know what the accent he's trying to do. But, yeah, let's take a look.
Nobody flew here to see you act like a prick. Wrong time, wrong place. Why don't you back the
What did you know it
And Jelly Roll sells it.
I don't know what to do. I just lost. I guess we're gonna go to commercial break. Commercial break it is, y'all.
Oh, actually, no, I don't think we're gonna go to commercial break.
Now listen to how Logan Paul talks, and shout out Mike from Red Bar Radio. He just dissects Logan Paul so well, and he originated, like, I fully admit the impression I do, dude. I have no idea. Like, that's fully a Red Bar thing, but he's so far removed from pro wrestling, and he makes fun of Logan Paul. He won't even cover Logan Paul's wrestling shit. You know, he won't even touch it because he's like, that's just so silly in and of itself. But shout him out for roasting Logan Paul before anyone. And yeah, it just listen how he talks. It's so cringe. I just got a visceral cringe reaction when Logan came out, but that's why he's so good in wrestling, right?
Yeah, boo! Boo! Logan Paul doesn't want to be in Los Angeles either. The people are so stupid. Someone has to stop him. What are you, dummy? You a late night talk show host? You a wrestler? You a country star?
Dude, I'm like from like a mafia movie. Me and JD asked me a question, bro. I had no idea. What are you doing here, dummy?
I told you this, Mr. Dummy Roll. Stay in your lane, stupid.
Stay in your lane, black. I done pulled up, B. Like, what the fuck? God, this guy's got a slappable face.
Because I'll tell you what you are. You, my friend, are a greasy, redneck prison rat.
Who the
Shut the hell up, Jelly Roll. There's your receipt, stupid. Hey, congrats. It's Logan Paul show now. A real superstar. So, ladies and gentlemen, you want to see a real star? I'm here. Why don't you leave, huh?
Ready? So yeah, man, the crowd erupted. Like, what a moment. I got a big kick out of this, by the way. I know I'm roasting Logan Paul, but that's the point, right? We're supposed to hate him. He lays it on so thick in the wrestling, and I fucking love it. He's a super over heel, and he backs it up with the wrestling. And I firmly believe he's Shawn Michaels' little psyop to take jabs at AEW and be like, yeah, just do their moves better than they could do them, kid. I've been putting that over for a long time, and this is a great segment. You guys heard the crowd erupt. And shout out Jelly Roll, man. Like, if he took time out of his Kimmel hosting gig to put some WWE shit on there, I'm here for it, Eric, as Conrad Thompson would say. But Logan Paul, he's like, dude, now go and get your fucking shine box, right? It's like, what is the accent he's doing? It's not like a Latino accent, but it's kind of like, man, I'm just like a blend of things, dude. It's like Pete Davidson. It's like this weird, like, I'm like olive colored, and like, you don't, you don't really know what I am, dude. I talk like I'm from fucking Brooklyn, but whatever the fuck, I don't know. I don't get it, okay? It is what it is, man. But the average viewers for NXT was 586. So I think they got beat by AEW by 2K viewers overall and 0.3 in the key demo overall. So a big dub for AEW there. Brooks Jensen showed up on Evolve. So this is Bull Buchanan's son, I believe, and has attacked Evolve champion Jackson Drake. Now, again, when you have floaters like Brooks Jensen, who they're like, hey, Fallon Henley's a star, we're breaking her off, and then the other guy is like with Inamura and stuff. Brooks is a good guy to just go get these talents like Jackson Drake over and stuff like that on Evolve. It's not like a demotion, but some of the folks in NXT should be floating between both as well. It's like developmental for developmental. Then NXT's like developmental for main roster. And then the indies are sort of developmental for Evolves and NXT, They have a chain here, chain. But I think this is good to just help get Jackson Drake over. A lot of people see the Evolve thing as a demotion. I would say if you were on LFG and they send you to Evolve, like Tyra May Steele, maybe a bit of that. Maybe a bit of like, ooh, shit, can she run with the ball yet? I don't know if she's ready for NXT TV. Maybe some Evolve time. I could see it maybe being interpreted that way a little bit, but a guy like Brooks Jensen, it's almost like he's the veteran in this circumstance, right? In a weird way. So it just helps everyone, and it's what developmental is all about. I'm not going to play the clip again. I played so many. I already know that Trick Williams song's got me fucking flagged after this. So Alberto Del Rio's heel group, El Ono, all betrayed him last night in his hometown of San Luis Potosi. This had been building since Triple Mania Monterey. He'll now face Messias next Friday, where he must win or he'll have to leave AAA. I don't think he's leaving. I don't think so either. He might not wrestle on TV, but he'll stay behind the scenes 100%. Like 100 fucking %. I'm so confident in that, guys. Right?
Allegedly.
But I will say that, like, if they use this to write him off TV as a wrestler, would not be shocked either, But some people are conspiracy theorizing, okay, that this is a ruse. This is WWE's like plan to fucking kick him out of the company, and they'll at least honor his deal, okay? So again, when people are like La Hiedra or Mr. Iguana or Octagon Jr. signed a WWE deal, guys, WWE could go, you work for us and you're working in NXT now, and we'll honor your AAA deal or whatever. Or we need you here. Can you? Because obviously some people work in Mexico. There's visa issues, da-da-da-da. But they're signing like, okay, we're going to put your masks into production and we're going to want you for these dates. And obviously that's going to likely mean an increase in pay and things like that. But ultimately, at the end of the fucking day, they own 51% of everything. So when they're like, Alberto, what did the dirt sheet say? He was signed or he wasn't signed to a deal. I should remember. Sorry, I pooped it out of my brain. Chat will remind me because we covered it ad nauseum on the show. But Alberto, the sheets were like he was or wasn't signed to a deal from WWE. It doesn't matter. They have to honor his fucking deal. AAA will honor his deal. I mean, yes, you can be cut from wrestling companies and shit. Yes. Ultimately, they're going to honor his fucking deal. He's already working behind the scenes as well as in front of the scenes. The WWE pushing Vikingo over sort of has turned Alberto from the hottest heel into a bit of a babyface here. So not even a bit. I would say people are cheering for him and shit. So do they want to spoil that as well? Or do they still just have him wrestle shows in Mexico, like I was saying, and then he just produces more and eventually just sticks to like a behind the scenes role? I think that's more likely what's going to happen, you know, and I could just see him wrestling on some of these Mexico cards and just not, he won't be involved in any of the crossovers. However, they mentioned him on WWE TV, which they didn't have to fucking do. So, yeah, I don't think he's leaving or anything like that, but remains to be seen. So Leilani Kai had her first WWE shirt. It's actually really nice, and it's like part of these like legend shirts here. Jacqueline got a shirt, right? So it's just black with their like Hall of Famer type shit. So good for them. And Leilani Kai got her first shirt. Leilani Kai, pardon me. And she says, there aren't words to describe what I felt that night at Evolution. I was sitting in the crowd when I looked up and realized my very first official piece of merchandise was now available at WWE Shop. After 50 years in this business, this is the very first time I've had official merchandise. If you saw me smiling that night, I hope you also felt the emotion pouring out of me. That shirt didn't just represent a product. It represented every sacrifice, every dream, every match, and every moment that I gave to wrestling. From the time I was a teenage girl dreaming about this business, I never stopped believing. Don't stop believing. I started wrestling when there was one women's match on the card, if we were lucky. As I drove to Atlanta for Evolution, I cried during the last hour of the drive. I thought about the matches from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. I thought about all the girls we lost and the new generation that's paving the road we started. I was overwhelmed. Then they showed me on the big screen and the crowd popped, and I knew right then I was home. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Then I never imagined I would be brought back and made to feel this way again. To the company, to the fans, and all the girls past and present, thank you. WWE is then, now, and forever. Fuck yeah. There you go, dude. Good for her. It was good to see the legends. Then you got Kelly like, not for me. So Thirsty Thurston points out that Netflix's biannual data release gives us a full look at WWE PLE viewership for the first time. More including SmackDown, Raw, NXT PLEs, and some archive viewing. So Netflix global views for WWE content January 1 to June 30, 2025. Global views are defined as viewing hours divided by runtime. The metric is representation of accounts viewing, not people viewing. Okay? Only Raw is available on Netflix in the US. All WWE content represented here is available internationally. The data here represents viewing that happened at any time from January to June 25, though much of the viewing occurs live or soon after. Content released at the end of this period, late June, had the disadvantage of having less time to accumulate viewing. So really, realistically, that shouldn't even really be on the chart. But, yeah, there you go, man. We can see the Rumble 2025, 3 million views. Global views. Elimination Chamber, 1.9 million global views. WrestleMania Saturday, 2.4 million global views. Sunday, 2.8 million global views. Backlash, 1.5. Money in the Bank, 1.6. Night of Champions, 1 mil. But again, some of those later ones, like May, June, July, or like May and June, rather, they don't have the full fleshed out number, you know, that they would like to show on there. But at least they were transparent about it. Sorry, man. Gautier's cracking this Valentine guy as the main card started for UFC. And this guy getting cracked out, shaking his head like, nope, I'm good, bro. And it's like, no, you're not. So Alberto El Patron, he got taken out, dude. Here's his crew taking him out, man. I say, take me out, down, 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 down. Digga, 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 down, down, down.
¿Cómo es posible que esté pasando esto? Todos se han ido sobre el patrón. Todos han comenzado a golpear. Ya está Conan, ya está Dorian. Había dicho el patrón que querían que lo vieran. Ya Roberto se ha ido. ¿Qué van a hacer? Estos del ojo han desconocido a un hombre que le prometieron el megacampeonato. Que le prometieron que llegaría hasta lo más alto de la historia. Incluso hasta poniendo su propio papel dentro de la empresa. Y por eso la respuesta.
And Conan just flipping the crowd off.
Público. No puede ser esto.
Conan.
Alberto el patrón, ¿realmente creías que me iba a olvidar de que me dejaste
It's wild, dude.
tus paisanos? Y Alberto, escucha muy bien esto. Sí vas a tener una oportunidad. El 25 de julio en la ciudad.
Yeah, they took him out. I don't know. They're portraying him as a babyface. I don't think they do all this. Like, they'll probably just honor his deal and then let him work behind the scenes. I know he said that a bunch, but Kane talks about potentially stepping back into the ring for a retirement match. He laughs and says, I don't know about that, man. We were just talking about athleticism and movement and keeping up with the pace of people nowadays that may have left me behind, guys. Yeah, it may have. I bet we'd see Kane one more time in a match, or maybe just like as a special enforcer again or something. But is he in the Hall of Fame? I don't remember if he is yet. Someone Google search that for me, but he should be. So CM Punk gets emotional while Rhea Ripley gives him his flowers. Okay. So let's check this out and shout out Unsportsmanlike with Evan, Canty, and Michelle.
Right. I mean, like, let's talk about him as if he's not here for a second. Think about this. If I would have told anybody in the WWE in 2014, hey, in a decade from now, you're going to have one of the biggest reality shows that's going to come out on Netflix, and CM Punk is going to do the press for it. I mean, that's wild.
Younger me would be very, very happy and excited to see CM Punk back.
Why do you say it that way?
Because he was one of my favorites growing up. He was one that I used to watch all the time, and like, the pipe bomb, like just watching you on the mic, and yeah, he's getting sweaty again. But like,
Can't do this all day.
Yeah, get used to it. It's the first one, my dude. But like, yeah, just seeing like everything that unfolded in the last like year of CM Punk in WWE, I was just like upset to watch him go, and I really wanted.
Yeah, whoever sunk the audio to this video sucked, but yeah. It was unfortunate to see him go, but he came back. So, yes, Kane is in Hall of Fame. Thank you. So here's another Fireball Whiskey ad and Randy Orton's latest failed attempt to prank Cody Rhodes.
We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him. It's so much more fun being bad. Come in.
Was that meant for me?
No, Cody, it wasn't meant for you. I'm keeping the bottle.
What was he like, kissing it at the end? Fireball, sponsor the show. So CM Punk comments on what his current relationship with Triple H is like. He tells TV Insider that between me and Triple H, he needs to wrestle me, not the other way around. I'm just kidding. Between me and Triple H, there's much more of an understanding. I've advanced in my life to a point where I have the perspective I didn't have before. For him, likewise, has advanced in life to where he has experiences and knowledge he didn't have before. Me and him, I think we were both on the main roster and we're talented guys. It was more adversarial because we were competition. Now we're not and are on the same page and want to help the next generation and kind of guide them the right way with their creativity showing through, but also producing them. It's more like maybe do it this way and see what happens. Look, I love working with the guy. It's amazing. It's really a treat. I think we've only scratched the tip of the iceberg. Scared me for a second. Speaking of scratching and clawing, man, Trinity, Fatu, Naomi, she's been going hard in the paint with her briefcase, and she shows Logan Paul, I think, what's in her, because each city now, she's like dropping videos of like, here's what's in my briefcase this city, at least I think. At least she's done a couple. Let's watch this video with the caption, Logan's face says it all.
Are you wheeling around? This is incredible. Oh, it's a suitcase?
Yeah, it's a legit carry-on.
This is fucking ridiculous. Oh my God. And then you just stow it away? Can I tell you something? I think you've basically figured out life.
I know you get tired of walking back and forth through this arena.
Not a big walking guy. I have legs. I prefer to roll. How much they run you? 800. $800? Well, that's a bargain in my opinion. Full race. I'll get one. We're gonna turbocharge the out of mine, bro. She ain't beat me a race. Put nitrous in that.
Yeah, of course you would rip her shit off, wouldn't you, Paul? So the WWE severance policy of employees receiving a month's pay for every year they worked for the company is no more. So before you get a severance pay, now this is for people like not the talent. This is like behind the scenes folks, right? So you get your severance, you get released, your severance package or policy is, let's say you work there 20 years, you would get 20 months worth of pay. That's like how they calculate what you get as your severance package, right? And that's no more. The company will now honor a TKO policy of 2 weeks worth of severance pay for every year an employee worked for the company. So they cut that in half, which is still really fucking good. I mean, a lot of places you don't get shit. You see these guys online, it's like, oh, this guy, Andy, worked for Burger King for fucking 32 years, and they give him like a pin and like a movie coupon and a free meal or whatever, right? So that's way more depressing, but yeah, it is shitty. PWI says this was a major blow to the company morale among employees, especially since so many are now tasked with responsibilities among WWE, UFC, and PBR, as opposed to just one WWE, as they had been prior to Vince McMahon selling the company. Well, I will say this, though, to any of the wrestling folks who are like, oh, this is fuck WWE, changed this for the new TKO model. Be grateful when TKO came in that they kept your fucking job. Because it happened to UFC where they iced a bunch of jobs, and it happened to WWE where they iced a bunch of fucking jobs. If you were kept on, it means they view you as the cream of the crop in whatever area that you remain. Okay? They view you either better than the people they could have brought in and replaced you with, or, they see something in you or whatever. So I would be grateful for that. However, that is fucked up, and I do see how that could be a blow to morale. But if you intend on working there a long time, I don't know if you're terribly worried about that. And, yeah, I don't know, man. Hopefully the morale picks up on the office end of things. And who knows, maybe they can increase your Christmas bonuses a bit or something. Who knows, right? You guys got, I'm not going to be like cushy jobs because it's a lot of work, but you guys got real good jobs a lot of people would give an arm and a leg for already. So that is unfortunate, but I would just look at the positive and go, okay, TKO didn't replace me with someone they had who could do my job that they, so they obviously need me here. I can levy that into more money in the future or whatever. So Shawn Michaels says Lowell's been home to a lot of great wrestling over the years, going to add another one to the list. So yeah, on August 24, WWE Heatwave. So that'll be awesome. So again, Ray Phoenix, he's helping promote the Canelo Crawford fight, right? And Ray Phoenix just copied and pasted the Netflix print that they emailed him or whatever. And fight of the century, in your own words, tickets on sale now. Canelo Crawford Riyadh season, Ticketmaster. But like fight of the century in your own words. So he was supposed to write something he didn't know. And then you have people fucking clowning on it. Like, oh, they were all sent this, weren't they? And shit. And it's like, well, yeah, bro, it's called brand synergy and shit. Like, AEW does the same thing. Shut the fuck up. Don't criticize people for Ray Phoenix getting down with Netflix and the Canelo crowd or whatever the fuck. Like, come on, man. It's all part of the show. It's not even something to be clowned. Speaking of getting clowned, though, Dave Meltzer gets destroyed by fucking a correction, right? He gets fact-checked here on X. So he reports this after they already, and this is how you know Dave doesn't even actually watch WWE. He doesn't. And if he does, he has it on in the background while he's writing shit about AEW and other stuff he likes. And then he just doesn't really pay it no mind. I promise you. That's how he consumes it, okay? And so out of nowhere, so again, Meltzer saying like Roman was planned to wrestle Seth. But then he goes on record and says, well, yeah, it was an injury, but it's like a worked injury or whatever. So then how is he planned to wrestle Seth, you dumb fuck? And then he says this shit after it's already announced that they're battling for the tag titles. He goes, Charlotte and Bliss have been planned for SummerSlam. Charlotte versus Bliss. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Like, what are you, an idiot? And then, Dave Meltzer's once again incorrect. As officially announced by WWE, Alexa and Charlotte will be teaming up to challenge for the women's tag titles at the show. And I just don't understand, like, why he can't just watch the shows and it just show it. He proves it every time. I call it out, though. No one's called it out. They're like, why is he so biased? Bro, I'm telling you. He doesn't like WWE to the point where he relies on people like stooges at the shows to DM him shit. And half the time it's fake. And they're moisties. Okay. And he just has it on the background while he's writing and shit, right? Like, I'll do that with the wrestling shows sometimes. I'll like throw TNA on, but I'm like working on shit. And that's why I come on the show and I go, hey, I don't know. I haven't been keeping up precisely. I think this is going on, right? But like, you know, he's got to be honest about it. Dave isn't honest about it. He just loves WWE so much. We have him claiming his stars aren't objective again. So we're going to roast his ass later. But he says that Becky, this is the other one he says that he fails at. Meltzer says that Becky Lynch versus Bayley was originally planned for SummerSlam, but was changed to Lynch versus Lyra. It's like, no, man, this whole thing, we called it when Lyra dropped the title. It's like, okay, so she drops it here, you build her up, and then she wins it back from Becky at the big SummerSlam show. Becky goes away again for a little bit, comes back around fucking Rumble time or whatever. They just announced her for a TV show as well, Becky, that started going into production. So she'll be gone after SummerSlam, right? So they're saying Becky versus Bayley, but it's like, no, man, this whole thing has been to get Lyra over. And Dave doesn't see that because he doesn't watch the show. And he even says, well, sometimes the obvious thing in wrestling, the obvious thing's the right thing, Brian. That's the thing that works if you study the business. Remember he said that? So the obvious thing has been, this is to get Lyra over and get her the belt back. And so you think that's what he'd be reporting. I'm not saying WWE won't swerve and put it on Bayley or some shit, but this is what this has been leading to if you actually watch the show and go with what the obvious thing is, which the obvious thing is sometimes the right thing to do, you know, just based on story beats and principle of what you're trying to accomplish, you know. But again, Dave just eating his own words with his dumb shit and not being able to stay consistent in his bullshit. Rikishi says he would return to WWE as the new wise man to the original bloodline. Oh, yeah. Would you, Rikishi? I bet you fucking would. But he wouldn't want to just be thrown in. Rikishi said if fans really want to see him come back, then he needs to hear it, feel it, and see it from the fans. So he wants everyone blowing this up. We want Quiche. We want Quiche. And then WWE's like, yeah, come in and be the new wise man for the babyface bloodline or whatever. I don't know about all that. I'm sure I would love to be the fucking wise man too, bro. We'd all love to make that wise man money. You know what I'm saying? Let me check in with chat. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 2 says, what happens if WWE have a deal with Legos? Well, they fucking should. And I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you this much. Fuck. I don't know if I should. Yeah, I would say don't be shocked if that's the direction they're going in now that Vince McMahon is out of the way, and you might see them do shit, comic books like books about superstars, like not like approved by the company about their life, but like, you guys know how Swerve was in like Batman or whatever? Think that direction, right? I'll just throw that out there. I don't know. Maybe just making this shit up as I go, but just throw that out there. And maybe Legos, maybe things like that, right? So now that Vince is out of the way, that could be the direction people might be taking things, you know? Agencies and shit, right? They might be pushing their clients like, hey, we get you on Lego, we get you on a Marvel thing with Spider-Man, you know? Speaking of Spider-Man, speaking of Superman and DC and all that good shit, and go see Superman, folks. What a good flick. What a fucking good flick, man. All these crybabies cried about it before it even came out. Then it was just real good. Fucking idiots. But John Cena, he says, look at this, man. John Cena, after SmackDown went off the air, look, he's turning babyface. Slowly, the Cena we love is coming back. He listened to the crowd. And he listened to the crowd here off air, knowing it'll go viral. Again, Goldberg, unappreciative of the virality of WWE right now and what their YouTube numbers can do in comparison to what their fucking Peacock numbers or Netflix or NBC numbers do or whatever, right? And John Cena understanding how the game has changed and playing to the crowd and knowing that this will obviously get clipped and go viral in some capacity. Let's take a look.
Cena! We love you! Cena! We love you! 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 We love you!
Fuck yeah. It's happening, guys. It's happening. So SmackDown is doing 26% of the Raw audience on Netflix. SmackDown only airs internationally while Raw is global in Q4 24. The two shows were similarly watched as Raw averaged 1.52 million and SmackDown 1.46 on USA. We can assume that the US international split for Raw is 75-25% respectfully. So, guys, SmackDown on Netflix internationally is doing over a quarter of the Raw audience. Add that on top of whatever their fucking US number is. So the number you see, they did a great rating, number one on cable or the whatever the fuck. Add 26% of Raw's number from Netflix on top of the SmackDown number for the international. All the max numbers, 30%. There's your real fucking 30% there, Dave. Round it high if you'd like. I'll round down to 25, Phil. Right? At least I believe that's what Switchblade is putting down here. If I misunderstood that, then correct me. And at some points, it was up to 31%, it looked like on that graph. So here's a throwback to 2023. Now, Medusa had beef with Trish Stratus and said, hey, she ghosted me. Let's take a look. This is what Medusa had to say, and they since squashed their beef, which is the hot news today. But let's take a listen to what she said on Paving the Way. Yeah. Or Trash Talk, or whatever this is called. Trash Talk, yeah.
So, I don't know, sent her a DM, and I finally heard back. She says, hell yeah. I haven't heard from her since. You know, and as I heard from other girls, that's a typical Trish. She likes to ghost people and what's ever benefited in her. And so I said, you know what? I'll take this in my own matter. And I just reached out to WWE and gave them a little pitch, and they love it. So, but you never know.
Damn. So yeah, apparently she DM'd her like, "Hey, you're using my moves," and then Trish just ghosted her, even though they were like, you know, they had communicated before. But Medusa squashed her beef with Trish. That's all good. And Medusa, who gives a fuck if she was using your moves, dude? Every wrestler uses every wrestler's moves. So Vince Russo, bro, he's criticized WWE for not using the thighs of Tiffany Stratton in building her character. Bro, first off, I said that she needs to change her attire because there will be genitalia slips. Bro, there will be nip slips. Bro, on this wrestling program. Bro, listen. Tiffany Stratton's freaking thighs, bro, they are like tree trunks, bro. She's got huge thighs to me. To me, I am selling that. Bro, that's like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Bro, that is now a part of her character. Her base, how the strength in her legs, she should be difficult to get off of her feet. She's a fucking gymnast, bro. She does a moonsault and springs up to the top rope, and it's called the prettiest moonsault ever. And her gymnast fucking thighs, like, we all understand this. Vince, what are you just discovering that we all already thought of? That's hack, bro. That's hacky material right there. We get it. She's got big thighs. So does Nia Jax. She should jump super high like Super Mario, bro. Yeah, she springs up. She's got thick thighs. She springs up to the top rope and does a huge flip off it. Nia Jax got a big booty. She jumps off the middle rope and sits on her. What do you fucking... Lyra Valkyria's got thick thighs too. She powers up people and does the Samoan driver or whatever the fuck. Like, what is Vince on about here, dude? You just noticed her thighs? Jesus Christ. But they never use physical attributes anymore. That makes everybody the same, bro. So Tala Tonga and Jacob Fatu are the same. And they don't use their body types to get over the shit they do. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Jesus Christ. Can't take this shit seriously, man. Vince Russo, I love that he comes with the hot takes, but like he's trolling sometimes, man. So Daniel Cormier lets it stooge here a little bit that, and he would know. Honestly, he would know a little bit about this. Daniel Cormier famously slated to fight Brock Lesnar in some capacity. They set up a situation where Brock came in the octagon after a fight and like shoved Cormier, and he like cut a promo on everyone. He's like, Ngannou's a piece of shit. Miocic is a piece of shit. Daniel Cormier, you know. And the fight never came to fruition, unfortunately. And DC's a big like WWE mark, and he's in tight with UFC and WWE and TKO in general and stuff, right? And so he let it spill. Now, what he's alluding to, he says like Brock did something real bad. Now, he's telling this to Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson, who's like the flyweight, 125-pound goat of MMA, right? Who's retired. And I think he's alluding to like the Vince Brock stuff. Now, this isn't confirmation that Brock did any of that shit, pun intended, no. But this would give some confirmation to whether or not Brock's on the TKO ban list. Like they mentioned him on WWE TV, but will they ever do business with him again? This might provide some insight on that. Here's what DC had to say on the Mighty Mouse podcast. I believe it's called that.
That's choice.
Maybe one day we might get you Brock versus DC in WWE.
I mean, Brock is on the ban list right now.
Is he?
Oh, dude, Brock got into so much trouble. He tried to hold me up for this shit. You know what Brock did? I ain't telling you on air what Brock did.
Okay,
Brock is so much trouble.
All right, we'll do it off air. But boys,
That's choice.
maybe one.
Damn, DC too. Like, why are you fucking spilling people's beans like that? No, it should come to light if he did anything fucked up or nefarious, 100%. But I think he's just alluding to like what the rumors are out there, knowing that DJ doesn't keep up with the pro wrestling shit. You guys know what I mean? It's an 18-second clip, and I don't think DJ Mighty Mouse there keeps up with pro wrestling in that. That being said, I think that is a bit of an indicator. Like, yeah. He might be on the fucking no fly list, you know, with WWE right now. Asuka Kana gives heaping praise to Bayley and Lyra, and listen to how she words what pro wrestling is. The queen of strong style right here. Kana, one of the fucking goats of all women's wrestling of all time. And listen to how she describes what wrestling is really all about.
By the way, the same night of Raw, I saw Bayley versus Lyra Valkyrie, and wow, these days people use a lot of flip and cool moves, but the match, there was strong style.
What did she say? People use a lot of flips and cool moves, but this match was strong style. The meaning of strong style. That's the other thing too. In the 2010s, because the Bucks and shit, and Omega, and not dissing because Omega is a good wrestler, but like the idea of what strong style is got completely bastardized. It wasn't just like beating the shit out of each other for the sake of beating the shit out of each other, or like I'm going to wreck my body because, right? And she describes it perfectly here.
It wasn't about big moves. It was about heart.
See, that's what it is. Heart. Bushido. The warrior spirit, the warrior way. Never giving up. That's what the fighting spirit, Bushido, that's what the strong style is all about. It got bastardized to, oh, do a flip and land on me neck, bruv. Fall down. Oh, fall down, get back up, bruv. That's what it turned into. But that's not what the Japanese strong style means or ever meant. Never to me. And it got bastardized. And that's where a lot of people, too, they're like, I think a lot of these, not a lot, but like Japan trains people properly, man. They really do. For the most part, especially Stardom and like these Joshi promotions, they really do. They train these women to be superstars. You can see it in like even Tekla when she comes over, you can see it. But yeah, dude, it just got bastardized, and a lot of these fucking fans are like, oh, New Japan style. Like, they don't have an understanding of what it really even is. You understand, there's kids who are like 21 who were born in the year like 2000 and what? Fucking 2000 and something, and their idea of New Japan and strong style is not what Asuka's idea of it is. She comes from a completely different era, you know? It's and since the 80s especially, and like what Meltzer thought it was, you know, and he just was such a mark for it that when it became bastardized, he didn't really give a fuck. He stuck through, just like the troopers who stuck through WWE when they're like dumping dog food on Roman's head and shit. That's what Meltzer did, and then the idea of what strong style is and shit turned into like the Young Bucks and what Ricochet does and Osprey and shit. That's not what it is. It's what Kana's explaining. It's heart. It's about never giving up, right?
About fighting with everything. I loved it. Bayley and Lyra showed what wrestling is really about. That much reminds me why I love this sport. By the way,
fuck yeah! Shout out Asuka. Brie Bella says she's almost there when it comes to being 100% ready for an in-ring return. So yeah, I think she's training with Natty like her sister did, and probably training with Brian a bit, and she's just low-key getting ready to come back, and that I think that's why she didn't yet. But I think this statement means that finally she's gotten the call and is contacted, and maybe they're looking at Judgment Day versus Bella Twins. That's what I want to see, right? So that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE. Guys, there's almost 400 of you watching. If you're on X, come on over, hit retweet and like or whatever, but come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Vote in the poll. Will you be watching Slammiversary tomorrow? I think we will be. I didn't set a super chat goal or anything, but fuck that. We'll just watch it tomorrow. Yeah, there's still plenty of show left tonight here, but yeah, guys, consider coming over to YouTube, like, subscribe. You can get a membership for 99 cents. You get access to my bonus shows on Mondays. Sign up for Patreon. Super chats are welcome. You can gift a membership. Hit like, hit dislike, leave a comment. Come say what's up, vote in the poll, all that good shit. Appreciate you guys. Speaking of the Clips channel, I'm going to check how many likes we're at. I bet we're at 100. No, chat? No? So there's... Oh, yeah, we're 7 away. Ladies and gentlemen, making an appearance. It's been a long time, actually not since last show. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild! Yay!
You reap what you sow, chat. You reach what you sow. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me check them in chat. 97. I bet it'll go up to 100, George, now that I played it. Tries to find the L1, L2, R1, R2 buttons to escape the battle. A la Final Fantasy VII. What was the Dynamite rating? It was like 588K. Yeah, a little bit. Jay Gunther, got to hang around with him last year. Hello there. Hello, Eve Sanity. Chelsea Green and the Hervies versus Stephanie and the Bella Twins. That is the Ring General's best friend. Goldberg is strong style. Kobashi is strong style. And the man no-sold cancer. Yeah, dude, same with Jim Ross. Okay, guys, let's get into Jericho knows the used went wild in 68. Oh, man. I watched that Netflix thing, Amy's Missing or whatever the fuck. Amy is gone or whatever, where she goes on the cruise and then she's just gone, right? In Curacao or whatever. It's interesting. You guys should check that out. And then Poop Cruise. What's up with fucking Netflix and making me never want to go on a cruise? Could you imagine the Jericho cruise? Next thing you know, we're going to hear crazy stories come out of the Jericho cruise, dude.
Allegedly.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called the Super Segment. So Hurricane Helms responds to last week's Raw, I want to say, where the entire show was all women until the final match for the men's gauntlet. So Hurricane says, typical WWE, only one men's match on the show, and of course they just throw a bunch of them all into a gauntlet match. No respect. Fucking owning sickos, dude. So King Ricochet had this to say, dude. He's talking shit online, and he goes, all these losers complaining about the length of the show obviously have never been to an official PWG show before. Aha! And then Jim Cornette's like, well, to be fair, the statement is partially correct. Almost no human on Earth has ever been to an official PWG show. However, the length of the latest AEW fiasco has been estimated as just 2 minutes longer than it took the Colorado River to form the Grand fucking Canyon.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
And then Stinkashay wanting no smoke, dude. Ha ha ha, Jim. Always good to see you're still going strong. Never let that go. Because that's the thing, dude. It's just like when he ran into Disco. If he ran into Jim, it would, not that they've beefed, but he'd just be like, oh man, it's working. We're just working, dude. It's all a work. You know? But then it comes to JD where he can control him. I don't want him on the show either. And he's going to, and like, he's going to do that for real. So it's crazy, right? People that he has control over or can bully. Yeah, let's get him kicked off gigs. He wanted no smoke with Jim Cornette. He wanted no fucking smoke. So he just respectfully declined. And that is the funniest shit ever, dude. Straight like the bulliest, sickoest shit you could fucking do. Legit. And so Ricochet responds to Jimmy Corderas, right? So Jimmy Corderas is in an argument with Meltzer as usual. We'll cover that in a bit. And we covered this before. But like Meltzer inserted himself. So Corderas asked the Busted Open Radio Boys like a real question. Meltzer inserts himself and is defending AEW. Captain Save an AEW. Captain Save Tony over here, Dave Meltzer, pops in White Knights for AEW out of nowhere, but then has the audacity to call people WWE defenders. That's why it's projection. Caught you, Dave. I do it all the time. I've got a fucking PhD, dude. A player hater on Dave degree, a PhD. That was a terrible one, but either way, I'll think of a good one later when I'm off air and be like, fuck. But Corderas was like, I just asked a question, which I wanted to hear their thoughts. And of course, dipshit Dave has to come in, blah, blah, blah. Ricochet goes, you sound like an old loser, dude, just saying. It's like, all right. So post wrestling, Cody Rhodes calls WWE Saudi Arabia events a responsibility to our fan base, and Thirsty Thurston has to come in and nails it. Stop politicizing everything just because WWE gets $50 million per year per show directly from a government that kills critics and treats women as legal minors. That's political. In Saudi Arabia, there are no political parties and no democracy. WWE is just helping make that feel normal. Thurston, hey, bud, stop being xenophobic. Boom, roasted.
Stupid idiot.
Hey, stop hating on other people's cultures, racialist. No, I'm just joking. But like, stop going to these fucking extremes. Like, what are you going to do? Go to Saudi then and put your life on the line, bro. And oh, why would I do that? I mean, come on. I have the freedom of speech here in America. I'm not even criticizing. If you got free tickets to the Saudi show, you would go. You'd hop on a plane, up, and away. You'd be the first one there.
Shut up, bitch.
If you got the free tickets to Mania, but you fucking are crying because they revoked your press pass because you say stupid shit like this. Tony ain't gonna hire you, dog. So here's Jacob Fatu's reaction. Here's a good wacko moment. Jacob Fatu reacts to a fan cosplaying him in this wholesome wacko moment. Hell yeah. Yarmin. So Nicolo Piccolo, okay, buddy of mine, he says, if you delete the posts targeting my family, basically people went after his fucking family over him, and he's clarified it publicly. He's like, dude, listen, this guy's passionate about wrestling. He fucking represents a bunch of wrestlers. We can pull up who Paradigm represents. We can ask Grok right here. I should have maybe done it. I hate these idiots who under every fucking tweet, Grok, what do you think of this? And what do you fucking Grok? What is the info? Meanwhile, it gets like fucking menial dates wrong and shit. What WWE superstars are signed to Paradigm? And I believe WME owns or is falls under the same umbrella or whatever, if I'm not mistaken, the chain of command here. But Alexa Bliss, CM Punk, Damian Priest, Drew McIntyre, Jade Cargill, Liv Morgan, Montez Ford, Natalia, Sheamus, Tiffany Stratton. Also, they represent Miro, I want to say. And I think Darby Allin as well, who's an AEW talent, but no other AEW talent besides Darby, I don't think. But yeah, they just like fucking went after his family and all this shit. And then the FBI had to get involved. And like a bunch of these accounts were like created that day to go after him. And then a bunch of them were fucking, a bunch of accounts like just were deleted off the face of the fucking map right away. And, you know, people were targeting his family and accusing him like doxing the wrong person again and all this shit. And, you know, Nicolo Piccolo, man, like he's had a Twitter for years and years and years. You can look when people create their account and he's chimed in and gone at people before. It's just Meltzer went at him and it blew up into this thing. And then he got attacked by fucking sickos. And that's the thing. Like he's a real Hollywood wheeler and dealer. Okay. We're talking like this guy meets with billionaires and shit. Okay. Like you got to understand, man. He, like, all these people came at him, and then he's like, no, I'm legit, bro. Like, you're not going to fucking do this to me and people like my family and shit. And then these accounts, you saw how they fucking just disappeared and like fucking immediately, dude. So that's why, you know, he called them out. And this is like a dude who's not going to like fuck around with that stuff, you know? And you can just Google this guy. Like, I don't know why they're going to dox like a false guy and be like, you're a woman beater and all this shit. It's craziness, man. And so, yeah, shout out Nick. I hope I conveyed that correctly as well. Like, whatever happened, him and people way smarter than any dumb fucks in the IWC were like, wow, that's strange. I just got attacked by like a fucking bot farm, you know? And these people are just like Spurg posting about him. He tagged the FBI, X Safety, all these fucking accounts. It's just disgusting, man. It's disheartening, you know? So at the last Dynamite show at the Aragon Ballroom, this guy has a shirt that says CM Punk isn't cool anymore. Now, I don't know if this gentleman's necessarily the arbiter of cool. I don't know if a company that did, you know, a show for, they padded the house, right? Let's say 18,000 people. That's what a Raw does. That a Raw that Punk is so cool he can choose to show up to it if he wants to or not. The guy next to this dude is wearing a Punk shirt, right? And whatever, man. Wrestling fans are allowed to, but it's just like, why are you wearing this at an AEW show? And you guys, like, AEW could barely sell out this residency show after their biggest show ever or whatever. So I would wear a shirt like Young Bucks or Moxley isn't cool anymore, bro. Have some self-awareness. Read the room, dog. So Raj Giri was criticizing Dynamite, and Raj is like, I'm not saying they should have booked the United Center, but are there not venues in Chicago that can hold 4K? They can't draw 4K, Raj. They can't do 4K people. And then Ricochet goes, imagine spending your whole day tweeting a company just hoping and praying someone gives you some attention. Here's your attention, dude. Hopefully your self-esteem is higher now. Okay, here's my problem with Ricochet. You spend your whole fucking day tweeting at people, tweeting at a company, whatever the fuck. So, like, what's lamer? It's like when people come and they're like, "Oh, imagine talking about wrestling," and they come in our chat and do that chat. You guys know what I'm saying, or they come in the comments. It's like, you're talking about a guy talking about wrestling, and I'm not saying what you're doing is lame, but like, how fucking lame is what you're doing then by your logic? You know, shut the fuck up. So like, this is so dumb, and yeah, it's like, I get it, Ricochet. You work out. Gym bros are boring fucking dummies 90% of the time. Do you guys have any gym bro friends? They're fucking dummies half the time. They're uninteresting. So you have that going for you. And then you fucking spend your day, besides working out, fucking doing this, you know, like going at Raj and fucking sickos and going, "Oh, Jimmy Corderas." Why you want to punch down at Jimmy Corderas, who reffed more important matches than you'll ever have in your career? Why go at him? Just doesn't make sense, man. And then, yeah, Raj got attacked. So, like, around the same time, you know, Nicolo Piccolo's getting attacked. And then Raj, it's happening to him too, but, like, racially, dude. So people are coming at him, and it's crazy that these people would be racially motivated to attack Raj when they're defending Tony Khan. And as I brought up earlier in the show, I mean, do I have to Google? I just find it inappropriate to be like, what ethnicity is Raj Giri? I mean, he's American, right? I know Tony Khan's American, but like, their parents, I'm sure, come from like a similar part of the world. No, am I off on that, chat? Can someone correct me? Like, why would that be the angle you guys take? It's like when they call WWE fans, "Oh, you guys are fucking MAGA fans, MAGA wrestling." Okay, so the Khans and the Bucks and Jericho and them don't support MAGA. Like, shut the fuck up, you know? So again, Raj is just showing, like, he showed 100 of these and responded a bunch, but hey, stop tweeting to delete yourself. If not, so this guy, yeah, delete yourself or we'll be waiting for you. What are you going to do? Kill him?
Are you sure about that?
Jesus Christ, Tony, get your fucking fans under control. Get your fans under control. And they're being racialist to him too, right? So Tom Pestock as well. So he's not taking the AEW check, but he's responding to sickos and shit too. Now, to be fair to Bishop, Dyer, Baron Corbin, he's been consistent because he's owned sickos as well, like pointing shit out about, but he's just like, why do you as a fan give a fuck about this shit? Like, stop bullying, or like, stop even comparing WWE's numbers to AEW. So that's a gripe he has. So this isn't like him being a sicko, annoying fucking guy. But at the same time, why do you guys worry what the fuck Smarks have to say? I guess it gives me good content, so I'm not mad at it. You know, but like, we're Smarks, dude. You're Bishop Dyer, bro. You dumped dog food on Roman Reigns, bro. You don't have to respond. You're Happy Corbin, dog. You don't even got to respond to this bullshit. But Christina the Goatee, and shout her out, she says, crazy to think that these are currently 14 Dynamites of attendance just for SmackDown. And that's the truth. So it just is an objective reality. But then Pestock defends them, and he says, crazy to think you take time out of your day to worry about that. But then you're taking time out of your day to worry about someone worrying about that. Do you see why that's not a good diss? When Ricochet or Corbin or whoever does this, we're all taking time out of our day to react to dumb shit on Twitter. We all do it. Okay? Fuck, bro. So, and shout out Tom. I'm a big fan. I like Dyer and Dijak. I think they're a great tag team and shit. But yeah, just personally, bro, you know, you're worrying about someone worrying then. So then Arthur Newman says, why fans should care about things like rating or attendances, I will never understand. Just enjoy the show. And again, this just enjoy the show bullshit. No, you don't have to just enjoy shows. You don't have to do that. You're allowed to say, wow, this movie fucking bombed at the box office, but I thought it was great. And the fans go and vote on IMDb what they think. And everyone's allowed to do that and have opinions on it. Okay? When your favorite football team doesn't draw, you fucking call it out. This team doesn't draw. LeBron's probably not going to show up. You know? And then Christina says, Dave Meltzer and his maniacs make us discuss ratings and attendance. He's at fault. Yeah, well, that is putting the blame on him, but like I get where she's coming from. I think English might be her second language too. But yeah, like it's true. The narrative, the shift is people automatically, just like Dave Meltzer, his automatic muscle reflex is just to get defensive over AEW, even when people ask genuine questions, right? So to a lot of people in the IWC, their automatic repulse. I'm repulsed by the sicko segment. Goddamn. Impulse is to their reflex is to compare the two or do a whataboutism or also just bring up, well, listen, the discourse in the IWC is that because that's what the people claiming that they hold the keys and the answers like to tout and talk about, and we can debunk that. And it's just about people. This is exactly why what Baron Corbin said was stupid compared to what she's saying. It's exactly like saying, oh, I'm surprised you take your day you even care about tweeting about like, oh, my fucking tax dollars go to fund this, or like a topic in the news or something. You guys get what I'm saying? Well, the news has been saying this to me all week, but look, this journalist broke this fucking, or like, look, this isn't even comparable. Let me crack a joke about it on Twitter. Like if she did this about any other genre of anything, Bishop Dyer wouldn't even be saying, why do you care about this? You guys get what I'm saying? Why do you care that she fucking cares, bro? She's a wrestling fan. That's why she cares. So some people care about different shit, right? Some people care about the analytics. Some people care about the moves like Dave Meltzer. Some people care about, they want to get in the business. Some people want to get in the business to write it and not do the physical part. Some people want to referee. You know, it's all like, yeah, anyways, I could harp on that all day, but it's just like a lame thing to just be like, well, why do you care? I don't know. Why do you care? You know? So Raj Giri says, I'm not saying, yeah, we covered this. Fucking Ricochet being an idiot. So Muscle Man Malcolm says TNA essentially announcing Zilla Fatu, Enzo Amore, Joshua Bishop, etc. for TNA. This guy here, Captain Redblade, says someone put this cunt. Say it in an Irish accent. We'll read the whole thing in an Irish accent, shall we? I don't think my Irish is that good. But someone put this See You Next Tuesday and JD and Elboo and Chris Van Vliet and all these fucking annoying IWC personalities into a bus and drive it off a cliff in Minecraft, please. You what? That's murder.
You what? You just made the list.
I think this is fucked up, man. First off, JD has hot takes. I mean, to group him in the same how does Chris Van Vliet trigger anyone? I'll never know. Why people get mad at Muscle Malcolm, I'll never get it. He's original, he's positive, he sticks to the bit. Okay? It's refreshing in the IWC. Him or CVV, how could you ever be like, oh, fuck CVV? How? He does the best interviews out of anyone in the IWC. So how the fuck could you feel that? How could you lump him and Elboo together? And Elboo's not a personality. He's just a dumb fuck. He thinks he's a personality, and then we laugh at him for thinking he's cooking all the time and shit. And the way he says dumb shit like, oh, his real life subliminals. The fuck? How is it his real life subliminal? What the fuck are you talking about? It doesn't even make sense grammatically. But yeah, so I don't know. JD's like totally normal behavior. It's not. So AEW Defender as well. He's like, no one watches AEW on Max. And I legit don't know what the fuck he's talking about and couldn't even find anyone talking about this. Point blank. So he's like, no one watches AEW on Max. A little production hiccup actually gave us some insight this week. A commercial aired during Hangman's entrance, but it only happened on Max. I saw a ton of people snapping over it, and I'm sure you did too. I personally threatened to riot. No, you didn't see a ton of people. Your algorithm sent you that because that's what it wants you to see. So you didn't see a ton. You saw like 4 people say this. And you're doing the Meltzer and extrapolating that. Oh, anecdotally, our polls. And I didn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. I had to search like 4 times to find anyone talking about this. And I just wrote, literally nobody knew about this, but his bubble of 20 friends who ball kiss each other. Yes, chronically online sickos likely watch AEW on Max or are legally streaming the feed. We know. Like, it's not an indicator of anything. That's such an anecdotal bullshit thing. So Tom Pestock, he responds to Christina the Goatee again. She says, I'm pretty sure they have announced the return of Baron Corbin here, so now she's taking shots. Oh, they would have sold out by now. And then Corbin's like, oh, you can stop tagging me. Your 15 mins are over. You've peaked. Damn. So then at Lifer WWE, he shares clips all the time on this show that we bookmark. Jason G from the SAT, I think that's him, right? But he got suspended somehow. For what? People reported him for having a fucking anti-AEW take or something? Like, complete and utter clown shit. He's like incredibly not toxic and puts over AEW and has takes about WWE people might not agree with and shit. And yeah, he gets his account suspended, but these other people are fucking harassing Nicolo Piccolo until the fucking FBI get involved. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty nuts. So speaking of Switchblade and the numbers, okay? We had a couple friends of the show, WrestleGraphs, MJ from NJ, and Evil Dose going back and forth with Switchblade 97. Now, this is a sicko wacko war, I guess, portion of the show. Now, Switchblade is cooking. Okay, he's the most like on point with this shit of anyone. Just for me, hey, I just kind of look and I just look at everything. I kind of assess, and then I make my judgment. Now, I will give Dose and Switchblade this. They're super respectful. And throughout the whole time, this debate, all it did was shed clarity on some of this stuff and added a lot of much needed context. And I implore every AEW fan who doesn't understand the max ratings and shit to read this debate here, this back and forth. So Dave Meltzer says, we don't know. Low end estimate, 885K. High end, 1.1 million. Right? Because they're asking what were the Dynamite numbers, including Max, after they just did an abysmal fucking number, right? So Dave's like, 1.1 million, Brian. Just lying. So then Dose Evil says, based on David Zaslav, he spelled Zaslav wrong, about 164K, above 588K, assuming not part of the sports is not a strong driver remark. So then Switchblade says that's not what Zaslav said. He said that 35% of all Max viewing. Now, this is really good context here, okay? He said that 35% of all Max viewing is content from linear channels being spun off. That is the question he answered. You misunderstood it the wrong way around. Dose says, I heard the quote and misunderstood nothing. We come to find out, I think he did misunderstand it. But Switchblade says, you absolutely misunderstood. He was referring to a specific question asked, which was what percentage of viewing on Max is from content on channels being spun off? The answer to that was 25%. So Switchblade botched above and said 35. He meant to say 25, but he corrects here. 25. He didn't say Max makes up 25% of the linear content. So I tried to explain this on my show when we were going over this, and I probably butchered it. I think I did a good fucking job, right? But Switchblade is able to explain this better. So he goes, he didn't say Max makes up 25% of the linear content viewing like you have wrongly understood. And then Dose just says, nope. No, Dose, I think he's right. I think Switchblade is right. So then Switchblade quotes this and he says, these are exact quotes. What percent of viewership on Max is from content on channels being spun off? Zaslav said, on the question about percentage of viewership on HBO Max in the US, it's about 25%. He actually answers it clearly. So then Doe says, that's exactly what I passed on. He wasn't even talking about wrestling. He was talking about regular shows like White Lotus or House of Dragon. The Max viewers is about 25% of the total. Maybe you don't understand American English. Oh, shots fired. No, Dose, that's not what he was saying. And Switchblade says, no, that's not correct. 25% of Max viewership is coming from content on linear channel. You flipped it backwards. Max viewers for stuff like White Lotus or House of Dragon is like 80% or something. And then Doe says, you have it backwards. Max is the least watched streaming service in the USA. HBO is the most popular premium cable channel. Most HBO viewers still view those programs as appointment TV or use DVRs. Now, Switchblade comes with the paperwork, man, and this is where it sort of concedes. So Switchblade says you were just plain wrong. Shows you mentioned like White Lotus do around 80 to 90% on Max first cable. The season finale did 6.2 million on Max and HBO, but only 968K on HBO. No one watches sports on Max. And that's the big thing when Zaslav, that's how it lends to this. What Switchblade is explaining as sports isn't a big driver. So Switchblade says you misunderstood Zaslav. Stuff like White Lotus and AEW is 25% of Max viewership. And then, he explains it. I'm not going to try and explain it, but again, because I'll butcher it. But here we go. He drops the actual numbers. Like he has it right here. And even the key demo, the 18 to 49, the 25 to 54, which is their key demo. We have it here in Variety, a 30% improvement on the previous series, Brian. So then Doe says, then Meltzer is right. 1.7 million watched AEW Dynamite on Max. No, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean he's right. It's not either extreme, Dose. So Switchblade says, no, he isn't. Neither are you. No one watches sports on Max. So here we go. This is the best, the cherry on top of the explanation. So 75, and this is, I made the joke when I tried to explain this, right? It's like the fucking scene from Anchorman where he's like, the cologne, I forget the name. Whatever, Sex Panther. 70% of the time, it works 100% of the time, or whatever the fuck. It's like that joke. So that's the joke I made when I tried to break it down. Switchblade will do a better job here. He says, no one watches sports on Max. 75% of viewership on Max is not content that airs on the TV linear channels. 25% of it is. And of that 25%, the majority is entertainment stuff like White Lotus and House of Dragon and not sports like Zaslav said. Right? So of the 25%, 95% are watching White Lotus or whatever, right? That's essentially like what we're getting at here. So it's people misinterpreted that shit. And it's like what he's talking about is of the 25%, now take 100% of the 25% and then, right? So that's where Meltzer's wrong as well. You guys get it? I hope this makes sense. Them debating it gives me way more clarity on it. And I'm a dumb fuck, stupid idiot. So I know chat's way smarter than me. Hopefully you guys understand it. And then we had fucking MJ going at Switchblade too. So he tagged Switchblade, and this has to do with WWE ratings, right? And so he says, Switchblade, instead of comparing Raw on USA in 2024 to SmackDown on USA in 2025, which is complicated due to variables, which we covered before where and why Switchblade does that. He says, let's just look at SmackDown on USA. Okay, so he says, while this is range bound by definition, you can spot several uptrends in each of the quarters, with the obvious downturns coming post-Mania. While it has peaked in every quarter to roughly the same high, it makes higher lows. You will see the May 25 low did not exceed November 24. This does not include Q3, which obviously had the lowest low on July 4th as expected. We can watch to see if it starts another uptrend now heading into SummerSlam. Cyclical and seasonal viewing, and just one factor in the total WWE brand mosaic. Last night's SD did 15,000 plus live. Hard to argue something that performs with this kind of consistency and does not drop out of range. This is simultaneously drawing 15,000 to a Friday night TV taping is cooling off. Perhaps you or Raj Giri have alt data he'd like to share. And this is nonpartisan. You will recall a few weeks ago when I pointed out before Tony Khan that AEW was an uptrend dating back to Q4 24, even if it was considerably down year over year. We will have to wait until SEP to see if SmackDown on USA maintains its range. Same with AEW. I'm still waiting on my thank you from Tony Khan for giving him the idea to make a graph to explain putting his foot in his mouth. So Switchblade says, but you yourself said it's cyclical. He did. The whole point is trying to factor that out. Q4 is a dead period for WWE traditionally. The point was comparing the post-Mania dip this year, and it is nearly double compared in the best case scenario in multiple more in the worst case. And he says, MJ says, what is nearly double? Raw to SmackDown? That's pretty far out on the curve for comparison purposes. Is it like to like comparisons or interpretive? And then Switchblade says the dip post Mania is nearly double in the best case scenario, removing post Raw, Mania, and SmackDown. They dipped 6% for 2.4 and 11 for 2.5. SmackDown versus SmackDown? No, SmackDown on USA compared to Raw on USA the previous year. The best like for like data we have. And then WrestleGraph says that's two different shows, not really like to like. Only one of them is even linear, and one was on broadcast last year, Monday versus Friday. Not very alike at all, just WWE shows. So when Switchblade says no, SmackDown pre-Mania is down compared to SmackDown post-Mania. Same show, same station, same day, down 10% in 10 weeks. How is that not cooling off? Don't say post-Mania dip is normal, because remember you said if you have to factor out cyclicality, there's one for you, for your dictionaries. So let's not factor it out. And MJ says you wanted to factor it out to say it's cooling off. I told you it's normal as fuck a day ago. A 10% drop post the hottest period of the year forever isn't cooling off while they still drive 10,000 plus to weekly TV and 50,000 to PLEs at elevated prices. So then Switchblade says, since you brought it, now this is important because this is, I know some of you guys might be like, hey, this is boring as fuck, but listen, we have to keep the same energy for the WWE ratings. Are they cooling off? Let's fucking figure it out, man. These two guys are arguing about it. Switchblade says, since you brought up the cyclical nature of numbers, you've used Q4, which is usually the worst quarter of the year for WWE. For example, 24 Q2 is outperformed Q4 23. I removed 2 SD 23 numbers due to FS1 outliers. It's something very normal. And then MJ's like, so you admit that it's not cooling off, it's very normal. And all other indicators leads to as hot as ever. Hot, of course, referring to their business and IWC Mark fan perception. I use Q4 because that's when it went onto USA and through Q2 25. Okay. Should I cherry pick data to make the point and exclude things that... Okay, well, I don't understand. MJ's like trying to do a gotcha or something now. It's like, now we're just like, you guys are playing fucking semantics. Like your debate, this is ultimately, you're now both subjectively just saying, is it cooled off? I think it is. 10% over 10 weeks isn't a cool off. And he's saying, I think it is, or whatever. Right. So now it's just like a matter of opinion. And then he's like, how have I cherry pick data? SmackDown post-Mania is down 10%. He says down here it should be 10. If you don't want to factor in cyclical trends, as you yourself said, then explain how being down 10% post-Mania compared to pre-Mania is not cooling off. Yeah, it's an interesting debate. And then And then MJ quote tweeted him and said, if you have to factor out cyclical and seasonal trends to try and make the point is lost in the weeds. Never mind an apple to oranges comparison of Raw and SmackDown. That said, I have no, but it's not apples to oranges though. It really isn't. It really isn't. It would, it would be like apples to pears. I love pears. No, shout out pears. That's it. I don't know. I have no doubt no one can remove reality to make any point they want about something, is what they say. Yeah, so now he's just dissing. Now he's just dissing Switchblade. After all, Bethel and Meltzer and some dude named Took have been doing this for several months. So what is Switchblade doing, though? I don't get it. Now you're like attacking Switchblade. And then Switchblade's like, not at all. You were the one who brought up the cyclical trends. If we were to ignore cyclical trends, we could just straight up compare pre-Mania numbers to post-Mania numbers and see WWE has cooled off. Okay, that's a fact. Okay, you want Phil's opinion? That's a fact, what he just said. If we're to ignore cyclical trends, right? If we're just looking at it, oh yeah, it's dipped, meaning cool off, right? I mean, but at the same token, I don't think it's cooled off, right? I think that there's ebbs and flows, and I don't think ebbs... Well, yeah, you can call them cool-off periods then. Sure, it cooled off. There you go. What would be worse for you? Factoring out cyclical trends helps your argument. Exactly. So the problem is MJ's like accusing him of being fuddy-duddy, and now Switchblade's like, well, you're doing the same thing. So now it's like a semantical, who gotcha? Separate the weak from the obsolete. Hard to creep them Brooklyn streets. It's on. Fuck all that bickering beef. I can hear sweat trickling down your cheek. Heartbeat sound like Sasquatch feet. Rumbling, shaking the concrete. Fuck bitches. Fuck your bitch, and the click you claim it's fucking beef, street beefs over here now in the IWC, in the Sicko Wacko segment. So, yeah, I mean, cyclical and seasonal trends explain what you and Raj call cooling off. So he's going at Raj, too. The reality is neither of you want to get into attendance or great revenue, which is a sign of consumer demand. Right, but I think they're making an argument not from that demand, but from the on TV, it's cooled off a bit as far as TV viewership, right? Ignore them, consider them, they exist, business is fire. And then Switchblade says it doesn't, though, because they have already established the post-Mania dip in USA is more this year than it was last year. Right? And it's significantly more this year. Attendance is a different topic. Produce those numbers if you want. Yeah, the attendance, MJ, and MJ's my guy, he knows, but you're kind of moving the goalpost there if you're talking about, or maybe not. Maybe you started the argument factoring all of these things into it. But like, you have to clarify that when you prompt Switchblade in a fucking debate, you have to like define that sort of, you know what I mean? Because like, if you're just throwing that out now, exactly, that's a whole other discussion. If you want to factor in like as a whole, is business cooling off? I think Switchblade's just talking the TV ratings. That's my dissection of it anyways. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the Sicko segment featuring Big E. Or not Big E, rather, but Big E, Notorious B.I.G. Big E. Yeah, it was Big E Langston on the track. Yeah, so round of applause for me, chat. Was that cooking? That was a great segment. I had fun with that one. It was long, but it was the stuff that must be covered there. So what's chat talking about in chat? Huh, chat? Chat me up, chat, about what chat is chatting you up about. Okay, let me see. But okay, Tony has had plenty of opportunities to put the title on Ospreay, so why hasn't he done it? Because Ospreay's like, no, you take your turn, bruv. Chat is chilling. Good. Was I cooking? Was that a good segment, chat? You guys got to let me know. Make some fucking noise in chat if that was a good segment. I thought it was fun. I tried to explain. I'm sorry if it got a little boring there. I get it, you know, but we have to dive into those like fucking nerd fights sometimes. You know what I mean? Nerd alert. We have to. Sassy girl 8724 gifted 5 members.
Acknowledge me.
Awesome, Sassy Girl. Thank you so much for gifting those. Hopefully some hate watchers get them. Hopefully some people who need them, who really want access to the bonus shows Mondays, get those. And guys, I try to hang off a bit on clipping some of the bonus show stuff too, because you'll get clips from it to try and lure you guys in. But yeah, the bonus shows are worth it, I promise. They're a real fun time, and we get way more formulaic and stuff. But thank you, Sassy Girl. Amazing. You're always here supporting me, and I really appreciate you. CM Punk is running a whole house as the producer tonight. Hate. Chef's kiss on the segment. Thank you. Do you guys like the Sicko segment? Like, I don't know, dude. It was, I feel like I've been curating it a lot better, right? Before we were getting off in the weeds a bit too much with it, but I think it's curated much better, and I revitalized a fucking segment that I thought was going downhill going to hell in a fucking handbasket fast, you know? So yeah, Chad is chilling. Shane Taylor should have held the world title. Now, I don't know about Shane Taylor holding the world title, but I'm with you though. That guy's really good, and him and his faction is good. Who shot you? Yeah, dude, you guys like that? Juice went from looking like a 20-year veteran to a young rookie. Guys, I'm watching UFC 318. Marvin Vettori just fought. Listen, man, it's Dustin Poirier's finale, his retirement fight, win or lose, right? And he's in the shreddiest, eddiest, freddiest, best shape of his career. I'm so fucking jealous, dude. I'm so jealous, man. He's so shredded in his last fight. He's like, I'm gonna retire. Fucking shredward like Edward, dude. And CM is the producer on an NXT house show tonight in Tampa. Fuck yeah. Shout out Punker. Enjoy the Sicko segment. Good. Okay, man. You guys know what it is. We've gone 3.5 hours. I need to get extremely hydrated. So I want to see a bunch of fucking flutes invading the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see a bunch of fucking flutes invading the chat. Okay? As I play you guys a little bit of beats. Okay? We're going to hype this one up here. Everybody have a sip. Do your thing. I have iced coffee. Do your thing, turn up, flutes in the chat, because it is time. Well, I'll do the official, plug for the segment once it actually begins and this music is stopped here. But yeah, you all are goated for being here tonight. Round of applause for the PWT universe, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for yourselves. The absolute goated chat. We turned up tonight. Yeah. And you guys know that it comes to about that time where there's only one thing left to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I love it. All the fucking flutes, dude. I love it so much. We're going to set things off right. And I'm watching this promo for Poirier here. I'm sure Dave Meltzer is watching this and not Collision. Right? And guys, also, if you like pop culture, right? If you like pop culture and you're into like movie reviews, and today I got up super early. I got up at 4 a.m. chat to work on my Superman movie review video. And I have a full series of Squid Game review video coming out very soon, guys. Phil Marks out over on YouTube, okay? Make sure you guys check it out. If you guys like my rants on wrestling and you want to see more like edited videos and cool movie reviews and shit with really cool people, then yeah, come on over to this chat, and there's a lot channel, and there's a lot more content showing up there as well. This is my other channel where I do pop culture, make top 10 lists, do reviews, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. So, and thank you all for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, the flutes are in the chat because it is time for everyone's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer had this to say about Seth Rollins' Money in the Bank cash-in. He says that Seth Rollins was reportedly planned to cash in Money in the Bank at WWE SummerSlam after Gunther versus Punk in the main event of night one. The SummerSlam card originally, scheduled Cena versus Rhodes as the second night main event. And at that time, there was talk of possibly adding a stipulation that had not been determined yet. Gunther versus Punk was at the point scheduled to headline night one and end with Rollins cashing in, Brian. Well, here's the problem, stupid idiot. You then went on to say that it's a shoot work injury, and you went on to say that Rollins and Reigns was the plan for Observer, for SummerSlam. You said in the Observer prior or after this, one of the two, that Rollins and Reigns was planned for SummerSlam. So Dave is just literally saying any and everything. He can't even keep his own bullshit straight. And that's why he's a dumb fuck. So we move along here. He gave Moxley, we're going to do all the star ratings, but he gave Moxley versus Page a 5.5 stars. I'm sorry, bro. That match was shit. It even had the same finish we've seen before, but a shittier version of it. And out of all the matches on that card, I don't think it was the best one. Dave is trying to hype it up as this triumphant thing, and a lot of dumb fucks in the IWC. Yes, that's right. You are dumb fucks.
Stupid idiot.
When you guys say this fucking NPC response, oh, they're just Dave's subjective stars. Why do you care? This is why. Because Dave, if you say that to him, he will then rebut you and say, no, they're not objective or subjective. They're objective. I've given matches that I don't even like more stars because blah, blah, blah. And he's never given a criteria. The only curriculum, the only criteria we know of that he's ever said, like flat out, he stated on multiple times, we covered this on the show, it's based on how the crowd moves. If the crowd's moved, then that's the only thing he's ever alluded to that's like some form of like, oh, that gets you points with him. Now, you could argue different things. People are like, well, what do you factor into a good match? Well, one, if it's out of 5, it's out of 5. We're not going higher than 5. That's redacted, okay? Secondly, that's restarted, okay, chat? Secondly, it would factor in multiple things like venue, the build has to factor in, the participants, what they do in the match makes sense and shit. Like you could argue a bunch of that shit didn't make sense to even do. You could argue the finish didn't even make sense. Moxley's getting choked out, and instead of standing up on the apron, which he was about to do, and to get out of that chain choke, he fucking tapped in a death match instead of like going unconscious. Like even that you could argue is stupid as fuck. But Dave, we knew was going to shill stars for this event. We knew it was going to happen. Right? So we have more of them. We'll get into it later. But yeah, for anyone who hits you with the, oh, they're just his opinion. Okay, right. But he claims it's not. So we got to roast him until he goes, oh, my bad. I was talking shit. It's just my opinion. I shouldn't have said it wasn't just my opinion because that's foolish of me to do. That's foolish of me. And if it is just my opinion, then why am I responding to people saying it's not just my subjective opinion? And Dave doubled down on that. We have it today. Okay. Here on the show, right? Flute weight titles on the line. Meltzer's flute weight championships. So again, Niccolo Piccolo, he got Meltzer trending. Okay. And I told him that today. I was like, bro, Meltzer should be thanking you. You got him fucking trending, bro. So Meltzer says, most of my friends watch AEW on Max. Dave, they watch it at your house and make fun of how you react to the fucking shitty matches, and they laugh about how the matches are the same all the time. That's why they watch it on Max, because you have it on Max. All the polls taken indicate the same. Dave, your polls are done in your echo chamber bubble, and these are the same polls that made you claim 30%, because you're a dumb fuck and you don't realize that these are anecdotal polls and they don't extrapolate to the greater audience. Like Brian Alvarez tries to get you to understand this. They got in an argument, which there's no clip of. I hit up Meltzer said what, but there was no clip of that I could find in the stuff he sent me about, like, Meltzer was talking about over the weekend. He's like, yeah, after the AEW show, like, none of my friends wanted to stay and watch any. They wouldn't even watch any of the WWE stuff. And he tries to pretend like that's indicative of, like, the entirety of the fucking mankind, you know, the whole entire population on Earth. Like, that doesn't mean anything, Dave. And Alvarez was trying to get him to understand that. Brian's like, Dave, it's because they're AEW fans, Dave. Like, you know, you understand more people watch WWE, right? Like, what do you... we get it. You and your group of friends... Hey, the goth kids don't want to go to the fucking Taylor Swift concert. No one likes Taylor Swift. That's fucking stupid, right? And of course, Dave, if you study the business or ever ate Wagyu Big Macs in your life, you'd understand this. Okay? But he says all the polls indicate the same. The people who argue that it's a small number are the same people who cling to AEW as a failure, which is preposterous at this point. No, Dave, I don't cling to AEW as being a failure. But I do agree with the fucking numbers not being large. You, Dave, what you do is fucking cope.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard, coping and seething.
Imagine if Bischoff or fucking Raj Giri was like, well, everyone I know watches WWE on Netflix, so it's the numbers higher than they tell us. Like, imagine that. He would be like, well, that's not true, Brian. You know? And he would just be like, oh, you know who the best guy is? His name's Tony Khan.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
So here's all the star ratings, right? Meltzer star ratings for All in Texas. Hangman Moxley, 5.5 stars. Okada Omega, 5. 4 3/4 stars. So I made the joke. I'm like, he really does add 2 or 3 stars if it's in the Tokyo Dome. He literally has become a fucking meme of himself, dude.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
Like, he actually gives you 3 bonus stars if you're in the Tokyo Dome. He just proved that, right? So Tony Mercedes got 4 3/4 stars. So again, how do you watch Tony Mercedes and then Okada Omega when the crowd's getting exhausted too, as we watched live and pointed out? How is that the same rating? Like, if every match on the fucking card is 4 or 5 stars, then that means none of the matches on the card were 4 or 5 stars. The 3-way tag got a 4 stars. Like, it's not the same shit we just watched on this Dynamite. This 4-way tag. Like, it's not the same fucking ass match we get on every Collision. A women's casino gauntlet. That sloppy shop gauntlet match. 4 stars. See, Dave went into this with his mind. He knew the ticket sales couldn't do it. So in his mind, he knew going into this that he had to control this narrative, shout out EC3, and like this is Dave controlling his narrative and being like, yeah, look how this is the greatest event on paper of all time. He has to do that because it literally sold as many tickets as a Raw, you know? So Swerve Ospreay versus the Bucks, 5.5 stars. So Swerve Ospreay versus the Bucks and Hangman Moxley, the same thing. Dustin, Sammy, Garcia, and Fletcher, 3 stars. Men's Casino Gauntlet, 4 stars. So we just gave both gauntlets 4 stars and then gave the 4-way tag match 4 stars. So you get an automatic 4 stars if there's 8 or more people in the match. So, okay, we're figuring out Meltzer's criteria and rules here. Well, if the crowd moves, I'll just make up whether they're moved in my head, Brian, and then I'll give you stars. That's one criteria. It's like a Richter scale. That's another criteria. I mean, I guess that's another, rule to this scale, right? We're trying to figure it out, Chad. Okay, so figure it out with me. So here's 2. Okay, we've confirmed if it's in the Tokyo Dome, that's 2 or 3 extra stars, right? Now, chat, we got a new one. If there's 8 or more people, automatic fucking 4 stars.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
Boom. So Drain Bamager. Oh yeah, then the Ops and Death Riders, 3 3/4 stars. Like, what gives it the 3/4? Because this is what Dave's doing. I'm gonna explain it because I think I figured out what he's doing, right? And what do I know? I'm fucking Phil Don't Miss, dude. It's not like I'm good at this pattern recognition shit. But listen, bro, this is what he does. He's no longer rating. It's not like when he's rating this, he's thinking back to like Kawada and fucking Misawa match in 87. It's not like he's factoring it in and really thinking about matches, right? Because it's overly diluted. He watches too much wrestling, right? He's desensitized to everything. That's why he has to watch this dumb shit. And that's why he gives this dumb shit fucking 17 stars, right? But here's what he's doing. He's looking at other matches. So he looks at the card with a preconceived bias or notion about the shit, and he goes in his head, I know for sure I'm giving this main event 5 stars, like no matter what, right? It would have to be so bad that I would look so dumb giving it this many stars, even though he already does look dumb doing it. But in his mind, right, Dave, like, it would have to be so bad for him to not give it 5 stars. So he already knows he's going to do that. So then the rating starts from there, 5.5. Oh, yeah. And then what he's doing for the rest of the matches is he's rating it based on the narrative he's trying to push of the card. And we saw it in his reports. He's like, oh, that Hangman Moxley match and that Swerve Ospreay Bucks match, 2 of the greatest of all time. You know what I'm saying? And those are also the matches that like Big Boom AJ and them were pushing the most. So Tony texted everybody, hey, we're pushing these, right? And so Dave knows the objective. He's friends with the Bucks. He's friends with Kenny. We understand the assignment here for Dave. So he knows, like, I'm going to give these matches the best ever. So then when he ranks the Omega Okada one, he goes, well, it can't be as high as the other ones, but it can't be higher than Hangman Moxley. And then it's Tony Mercedes. That can't be higher than Okada Omega, you know? And then the 3-way tag. Well, that can't be higher than Tony Mercedes, but I can't give it 3 stars or less because then people will say that I rated it low, even though, you guys get what I'm saying? He's comparing it to just the shit on the card now. Like, it's his favorite matches on that card get the best ranking, and then everything, which obviously people are going to be like, no shit, Phil, but do you guys understand what I'm saying? It's on that card. He's no longer ranking it compared to like the last decade of wrestling or like what WWE's doing or like just in general or like, hey, every match I saw this week. Now when he ranks them, it's just, how do I paint the narrative of what I think the best match was till the end on this card? And that's where we end up with like over 5-star rankings. I swear to God, if that makes any sense to you, chat, I swear that's how he's doing it now. That might be completely redacted, like autism shit I just said to you guys. But hey, we're right? Takes a dumb fuck to know a dumb fuck over here. And I'm calling Dave out on his shit. But he had this to say. We covered it before. He got asked, what was it including Max? And Meltzer goes, we don't know. Low end estimate, 885K, high end 1.1 million. Da-na-na, da-na-na. We need the fucking Dr. Evil music for when we don't know, low end 885 high end 1.1 million, Brian. Dan, 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 moo. Moo. That's what it's like. Him and his fucking gaggle of cronies in a secret lair, right? And they're just fucking cackling about how they're I have a plan. We're going to shoot a laser and distort the news. We're going to put out, quote, misinformation. Come, Mr. Briansworth. It's a hairless fucking... Or what's that other guy? Gary? Who's the other guy on the show? Come, Mr. Gary's worth. It's like a hairless fucking... Oh, shit, dude. That's funny. Throw me a freaking bone here. So he gave Io Sky versus Rhea Ripley versus Naomi a 4.75 stars for the women's world title at Evolution. Except for Naomi wasn't in that match, so what the fuck is Wrestle Purist doing? Oh yeah, I guess she was, right? With the cash-in. Duh, dummy. But no, Dave, so you ranked the triple threat aspect of 4.75 or its entirety, right? We have to figure out how we're grouping these together here. I'm just getting confused now. No. Here we go. Ricochet had this to say. So Meals TV says, if you read this week's Observer, you see the clear biased reporting in how both companies' successes and failures are presented. It's actually insane. Ricochet goes, quit acting like every single one of you aren't biased either. Okay, then you do the same and don't say shit. Like, what the fuck? I hate this, like, whatever. It's all good. Why do you do this thing while I'm doing the same thing that you're doing? Oh, I don't know, stupid. Fuck, man. I would agree, but there's a difference between a fan and a reporter. Fans get to choose that, even though tribalism is fucking dumb, but reporters should be unbiased. And then Ricochet goes, don't watch or read his stuff. Yeah, then take your own advice and don't read or respond to this stuff. Fuck, like, what are we doing? Moving along here, WWE. So here's what Meltzer reported, dude. Listen how fucking stupid this is, man. Holy shit, this one makes me laugh, right? When I read this, I almost couldn't believe it. I'm like, is fake? Are we AIing Meltzer again here? He says, WWE reportedly has plans to position Rhea Ripley, Fatu, and Breaker to be the next top stars of the company. It's like, Dave, you do not watch this fucking show, dude. He really doesn't watch WWE. He's just now, he's like, Io Sky, I'm telling you, one of the best ever. Yeah, you just figuring that out, Dave? Rhea Ripley, oh yeah, she's going to be a bona fide star. I'm telling you, I predicted, I wrote about it first. If you read my writings, you know that in July 2025, Brian, actually, except Lex Luthor. I actually wrote about it. 8 million words in 2025. That come 2026, Rhea Ripley will be a top star in WWE. What the fuck? Like, tell me you don't even watch the show without telling me you don't watch the show, man. Think about all the bad ones he's had. He said, this is what he said this week. Seth and Reigns was the planned main event for SummerSlam, but Rollins is hurt, but it's a work shoot. But also he's supposed to cash in against Punk and Gunther, but then he got hurt, but it's a work that they planned going into the match. He literally said all of those things this week. He also said that fucking Bayley and Becky was the plan for SummerSlam when it's clearly Lyra. Oh, they decided to go with Lyra. And then he said that fucking Bliss and Charlotte Flair are planned, WWE planned for them to face each other at SummerSlam after they were announced in a tag match for the tag titles. This is the week Meltzer's having. I should have titled this, The Week Meltzer's Having. Week, W-E-A-K. Am I right, chat? Okay. So it's pretty fucking wild. And we know why he's acting like this. We know why he's had this weak chat. We know it's right here.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
Right there, dude. The artificial intelligence news, dude. I'm telling you live. So here's Meltzer again. And I went on the rant. Let me read my quote tweet. Well, let me read this whole thing. So Larry Hamill says Dave Meltzer's tastes contribute to the arguments that have arisen between old school fans and fans of the modern product. The criticism of relative star ratings by Meltzer, blah, blah, blah. Meltzer says this. He doubles down. He says, star ratings have nothing to do with my taste. One more time. Where's the rewind? Julia Gulio, we need a fucking rewind. Let's go back. Let's flash back here. Let's go back. He says, or no, sorry, this isn't even a double, or this is a double down, by the way, but this is from 2022, as far back we can catch him. Star ratings have nothing to do with my taste. Oh, really? So the only so see that, guys? I'm allowed to, if you're going to be, and look, he's being a condescending prick. If you're going to be dishonest and a condescending prick on the internet, I'm allowed to call you out for being a condescending, dishonest prick on the fucking internet. Okay? Oh, well, it's just his matter of taste. Nope. Nope. He claims it isn't, so now I get to make fun of it. It's called a lol cow. Look it up. He's lying. Okay? He says, I've hated matches I've given big ratings to, including this week. He claims he's hated. Hate's a strong word, chat. He's hated matches that he's given strong star ratings to. So he's claiming it's not his opinion, and that matches he's hated, he's given big star ratings to. Let me just reiterate that again, guys. Okay? For the people in the back, matches he's hated. Even that week that he typed this out, he's given large star ratings to. So he's lying. We know he's lying. We know it's a matter of taste. Okay? Or else you wouldn't have fucking, where's my liar? I can't even find my liar. It doesn't matter, okay? It's not his fucking taste. We know that, or else Osprey Hangman wouldn't have got 5.5 stars, but he can't rate other matches in WWE the same. He can't give Io Sky her fucking due, right? None of that shit would be the case if it wasn't just his taste. So this is why I roast him. And then again, when it comes to criteria on apparently the objective, all-seeing eye of Meltzer, okay, when it comes to criteria, he can't give us any. All he can say is that it's based on how the crowds move, right? That's all we know. So according to him, the crowd was moved more during Moxley Hangman than they were during The Rock Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 18. So that's just fucking bullshit, pure and simple. There's no way around that. You're fucking lying. Okay? And yeah, this is why we fucking clown you, Dave. I mean, Triple H's thoughts had this to say. Dave loves to pretend he doesn't have a preferred style while also saying his own ratings don't reflect what he personally thinks of the match. Dave is both a liar and a fool. If the matches he hates get great ratings, which seem to happen for every AEW garbage match, that means he has an ulterior motive to prop it up, period. Imagine Siskel and Ebert saying the acting was weak, the story was messy, and the movie dragged on, but the people in the theater loved it. 4 stars. Exactly. It's the same fucking thing. It's like saying, yo, this movie was super shitty, the worst I ever seen. I kind of like this stuff in it, though. Worst movie ever. Well, how the fuck do you say that? That's stupid, man. And so I had this to say. You guys know my take on this. I said, this is why anyone who comes with the NPC response of why do you care about his star ratings? Because he claims they're objective. and is condescending if anyone questions or debates them. He claims that he's given matches he doesn't really like more stars because they qualify. However, the only criteria he's ever given is they're based on how the crowd's moved, so he's just full of shit and demands we acknowledge his stars as objective truth. Throws a fucking hissy fit if you don't. And then the IWC comes to his defense. It's just his opinion, man. Yeah, well, his opinion's fucking wrong objectively. How about that? Fucking Dave. And like, yeah, the crowd loved it. Okay, the crowd loved Rock Hulk Hogan more than any match of all time. So there you go. That should have 17 stars and be the great. They loved that match more than Okada Omega. 32 stars, Dave. Right? So, Raj Giri had this to say, right? So him and Dave, they start going back and forth. So Corderis, we covered this before, but this is a follow-up. So he's like, no, I didn't. I asked a fair question asking an opinion regarding a match placement on the show. Of course, you always have to refer to other organizations with the tagline, if you studied your history, blah, blah, blah. Exactly. So Dave also goes, if you studied like he's the Holy Bible. In the name of Tony and Shad Khan, amen. Right? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, no, you're not. You don't. In the name of the Father and the Son, Khan, amen. Right? Like, no, dude, you don't write the holy fucking Bible of pro wrestling. And this is why the star rating things deserves to be criticized, and Dave deserves to be smacked around for this. So we covered this. He jumps into Jimmy Corderis' argument and is like, oh, what about AEW? And so Meltzer goes, why did you pick the show instead of the 98% pro wrestling around the world to ask that question? Because he doesn't watch 98% of pro wrestling around the world, Dave, you stupid fucking idiot. He's watching the perceived number 1 and number 2.
Stupid idiot.
Why are you so fucking dumb that you would think that's even an appropriate response, Dave? And he says, if the question was just general comparing the two styles, sure, fine, but then don't get mad when it's pointed out that's how all combat sports do it, but WWE and AEW for 125 years, man. Dave, they have the BMF title on the line tonight, okay? Shut the fuck up. And again, it's like, then don't get mad. You're the one getting mad. No one got mad. He asked a fucking question that you weren't involved in. Dave's just an AEW defender. That's all he is. And he's never had Wagyu beef. And he's never been to a Taylor Swift concert. And he's never had a Big Mac. And he's never studied any of the businesses. So Raj Giri says, let's check notes. Double or Nothing. There was a match between the Anarchy in the arena and the main event. Dynasty. There were a bunch of matches between the best built match on the show and the second. Revolution. MJF versus Hangman as the opener. So why deride him over a legit question when AEW pay-per-views this year often spread out their top matches during the card? Just answer why it makes sense this time as opposed to other shows. Exactly. Dave just can't handle any fucking criticism of AEW. That's all it is. And then because of that, it just garners more criticism. So Meltzer said what sent me this. Meltzer on the Young Bucks. Listen to how he criticizes them. This is a throwback. We're going way back in Meltzer land, okay? And here's Dave Meltzer just giving the Bucks a hard fucking pass here, okay? This is in 2021.
All right, Brandon here says, I know there was supposedly an issue years ago with the Young Bucks not shaking hands backstage at a WWE show. Is that why they are not?
That's true.
It is true.
Yes, it's true.
Is that why they aren't under a WWE contract at this point? They seem way too talented to not have at least an NXT deal.
I don't know if that.
Shake people's hands, you cocky, schmarmy fucks. Jesus Christ. They're in WWE. Oh, that's an old school thing to shake everyone's hands. When you're not hired there, you shake people's fucking hands. Okay? You be fucking respectful, dude. When you're hired there and you work there every day, yeah, you don't have to go backstage every Monday and Friday and shake the same people's hands 400 fucking times. You cocky fucks. Jesus.
If they're great, and I don't know that they're what WWE wants. I mean, if WWE wanted them, they would probably offer them something and tell them to learn to shake hands. But I mean, if you watch the way the Young Bucks work, It's not WWE style. It's the farthest thing from it, and they're small, and that, which is not a kiss of death, but it's a negative for WWE. So they're they may. I mean, who knows? They may go. But I mean, like, the whole thing of doing a million super kicks and stuff. I mean, it's like it even kind of what they do. It even kind of bothers me sometimes. I got to let it go because it's like, okay, I know that's the gimmick, and they're trying to get under your skin, and that's the way they do it.
So it bothers me, and I just let it go, and then I give their fucking tag matches where they do 800 super kicks 5.5 stars at All In. When they're doing a slowed down, shittier version that I've seen a million times already. Like, he's already seen the Bucks do this shit. This is, we're talking how many years later? 5 years later. And listen to his critique now. 5.5 stars. Back then, he's like, oh, the super kicks, it's a lot. They do the same match 5 years later. Oh, 5 stars.
It's just like, and I will say that when they worked with O'Reilly and Fish, and what was the other team that they worked with on those two iPay-per-views? God, what was the other team they worked with in Toronto? I've already forgotten. And they absolutely killer match. Was it Shelley and Kushida?
I think so.
Oh.
Yeah, must have been real fucking memorable that you forgot.
Now I got to find out.
The Toronto match was so freaking great. And the New York match was great too. They were just.
The Toronto match was so great that Brian has to Google who the fuck they wrestled. It was so great. Oh man, that great movie Lion King? When Mufasa and what was that guy's name?
Lion.
What was that guy's name again? Fuck, he had the scar on his face. It was just one of the greatest movies I've ever seen. Mufasa and the
best guys, Tony Khan.
Like, how is it the best if you don't even remember who the fuck they wrestled, bro? Oh my God. A throwback clip. Dave never ceases to fucking amaze me. This is a diamond in the rough. I love Meltzer Said What so much, man, for sending me shit like this. And I give him praise, and he just brushes it off. He doesn't even like taking compliments, but he's the man. And what a gem. What a fucking gem this is.
It's incredible. And Carino did such a great job of, he sold that super kick to me, where it's just like he made it what it should have been, where it's like so campy that they keep doing it that it's now fun, as opposed to, God, not another super kick. Which used to be my attitude watching him, goes, God, they're doing that over and over again, the same thing. So no, but those guys they're you watch them enough. I mean, your original thought
was the three-way, the Hooligans, the Time Splitters, and the Young Bucks.
Yeah, what a freaking great match.
That was awesome.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, when I saw them, like, it's funny because when they were in TNA, I wasn't that thrilled by them at all. And people in TNA weren't that thrilled by them. They,
Man, they still do the same match to this day. I mean, what new are you seeing to where it's 5.5 stars now? You were tired of it then. So Meltzer arguing with Corderas. He's like, so what's the issue in the first place? Why is there discussion? Because the show advertised a triple main event, and that ended the show with those 3 matches. It's such a non-subject to start with. Dave, why do you care if it's a non-subject? He's just asking a formatting question. I know nobody in AEW gives a fuck about formatting, and you've never studied the business, and you don't understand what formatting is. You don't even know how to fucking format a fucking paragraph, you dipshit. That's why there's a discussion about it. It's a question. Why? Why don't they spread them out, or what's the benefits to stacking them back to back to back or spreading them out when we've seen people spread them out in recent years? You tried to act as if it was dated and passe. No, he didn't. He just asked a question to bust it open. Like a fan in cross-promoting shows, and because he's a fan of their show, and you piped in and you tried to act as if that's what he implied. Dave's become one of these sicko. I pointed it out. He's becoming like an X-bot, dude. He's becoming one of these dudes where he's already formulated an argument in his head, and then he comes at you and is like, oh, you meant to say this. So are you saying this? And it's like, no, bitch, I didn't say that at all. You're just like, you're just like adding this extra stuff and then asking me if that's what I said when I clearly didn't say that. You guys all know what I'm talking about. It's this crazy thing people fucking do on X. And that's what Dave's doing right now because he came in with a whataboutism. Now you're just inventing. You tried to act. No, he didn't. The vast majority of groups all over the world do it exactly the same. Yeah, but you're talking about UFC. Talking about UFC. So that's not pro wrestling. It's vastly different. You're talking about boxing. Vastly different. And even in boxing, no, they don't, Dave. Or, oh, they promote Jake Paul as a main event. And then he fights Tyson, not for a title, and then they put the title match before them or whatever the fuck. It's just a formatting question. I know no one cares about that over there, but whatever. We read Corderis's response and how he got cooked. So Nicolo Piccolo, he had this to say. What's not real is you floating, and this is to Dave, you floating some clown conspiracy that I'm working for WWE to gaslight a billionaire. You're not an observer, you're a shill. You hide behind your board and your paywall and pretend no one sees through it, amplified with fake engagement to run off counter narratives. Right? And Nicolo Piccolo, I mean, it's kind of obvious, the fake bot accounts that just show up out of nowhere. Now, who's behind it? Likely just fans, right? People just who have burners or like they're ready to just make one to attack this guy and shit. It seemed, in my opinion, I'm not saying anyone else is saying this, but in my opinion, it seems coordinated, right? From the fans and shit. But we've all dealt with this, right? I told this to Nick personally. I was like, you know, dude, we all go through this and people just, it's like a cult thing, you know? And so, again, he's like, you know, Dave is going to, so what he's pointing out here, he's like, Dave is going to float around a conspiracy that I'm working for WWE to gaslight Tony Khan. Like any of that fucking matters. Like Nicolo Piccolo couldn't get a meeting with Tony Khan if he wanted one. You know? And yeah, he just calls out Dave. It's good to see like legit people calling fucking Dave out. It's amazing to see. So Jimmy Corderis, yeah, just one of his responses was, you damn well know that is not at all what I said or meant. We covered it, man. We beat it to death. I snapped on Celtsy. So Elite Rocker says, it's honestly a shame that the IWC still pays attention to and trusts Dave Meltzer's reports in 2025. Everything he says, the complete opposite always ends up happening. And this is what I hate too, is when people go, stop giving him attention and his heavily biased star ratings. Y'all are the only reason he's still relevant. Yeah, I'll keep Dave relevant till the day I fucking die, bro. Okay? He put 50 years in a fucking around with wrestling, bro. And he says Dave is still relevant. And I wrote this. Dave is still relevant. Not because of us, but because a whole ass fucking billionaire who he texts, by the way. Oh, I was pushing for this. Dave talks about how he pushes for certain talent on Tony Khan's show. And how he's advised Tony Khan. I said, I wouldn't do that. He brags about it. Dave is still relevant because a whole ass billionaire took his money and spent the last 6 years putting Meltzer's vision of what he thinks wrestling is supposed to be on TV and pay-per-view. This whole notion irks me and is stupid. Learn what a lol cow is on the internet and have a laugh. It's the only appropriate response to someone who's chronically online and being a dick like Davis. Straight up, bro. Like, it's so simple. If Brendan Schaub is going to make YouTube videos for literally nobody, like nobody watches his show, and then bought his account out with bots for 4,000 views on his shit, and then 100,000 people gather on a Reddit to make fun of that, I'm sorry. You lolcowed yourself. Okay? If Meltzer's subscribers are falling off and his subscriptions are falling off and he's got to do 50% deals every fucking 3 weeks and give away free months and shit, I'm sorry. That's your bad. If he's going to be online being a dick to people, that's his fucking bad. And if he doesn't like it, he can make a video saying, Phil Marks fucking sucks. Why he's wrong. And then I got to deal with it. Okay? But it's just that simple, bro. Like, no, he's a lolcow. He lolcowed himself. Okay? And you guys know how I feel. I'm like, dude, I don't want to see people like have to leave the industry because of or like, I don't want to see Meltzer. What do people want? I've had this debate with people in private as well who are like, oh, the making fun of Meltzer thing is hack. No, it's not. No, it's fucking not. It's the furthest thing from it. Right. And it can be hack when other people maybe don't do it at the level I do or a Meltzer said what does. Right. I totally understand that. But it's not, and like, you could say, oh, a joke about fucking, a racial jokes are hack. No, don't put a blanket statement. It can be funny. Someone does it right. Cat Williams does it funny, makes fun of everybody, all colors and creeds. He does it funny. So like to blanket say, right. And I've had the question in private, everyone's like, leave him alone. And I posed the question in private to people like, well, what do you want him to do? Go out of business? Like, I don't want to see Dave broken on the street and irrelevant, and then we're making fun of him because he goes out like the fucking great Antonio, right? I don't want that. I fucking let him chill and make his shekels and fucking do his thing, bro. Like, I'm cool with it. I'm just going to cover it and laugh at it. Like, I don't understand. I'm going to do my angry rants about Dave and make fun of him, right? It's just that simple. So, no, we're not the ones keeping him relevant. Or like, yeah, we're keeping him. He is relevant. That's the problem. Tony took his whole fucking, when Tony's responding to the Observer, billionaire Tony Khan, when the Observer's like, oh, we're gonna, this week's newsletter can't go out. And Tony Khan responds with like a crying face. Right? That's a billionaire going like marking out over Meltzer in his newsletter in 2025. That's what's keeping him relevant. The fact that Meltzer can go on the air and go, see my vision. Oh, I pushed for this guy. Oh, this guy. You don't get it because Tony texts me this. Him doing that, bro, and clearly shit. Like, I'm sorry. It's not fucking stupid to talk about him. We're not the ones keeping him relevant. It's Tony Khan and the sickos, and so we cook him. So then Meltzer, again, just moving the goalposts around. And then Cordero says, what Dave fails to mention is that in UFC, boxing, MMA, and all combat sports, the fighters in the main event are the highest paid on the card. That's not always true. That's not always true. If you're making pay-per-view points, then yeah, that's if you're in the main event and you have pay-per-view points negotiated and shit, then yeah, for sure. But that's not entirely always true. Dave Meltzer said, how is that even? So sorry, Corderis, I'm just keeping it real. That's not the truth. But how is that even? Well, in boxing, it is the truth. In boxing, it is. Sorry. UFC and MMA, not always the truth at all. In fact, we can point to like when they were in Atlanta and Rose Namajunas made like $300K flat plus any bonuses they might have given her off the record, because Dana does that. He'll buy people cars or fucking, send them a envelope, give him an envelope, a cat. He's done that a bunch. And so she made $300K flat, win or lose. And she was in like third. I don't even think she was in the co-main. And that was more than I think anyone in the main event got for that same card, if I'm not mistaken. You guys can, the Atlanta numbers leaked and then Rose confirmed them actually. But yeah, so Jimmy, you're off on that. Other than boxing, I guess you could say boxing. So Dave says Japan, Mexico, and UK do it for shows in pro wrestling in 2025, as does TNA. UFC does it every single show. Almost all boxing promoters do it every single show. I mean, Dave's not like wrong, but it just doesn't matter because this is pro wrestling and this is a world where I don't fucking know, man. He's just asking a formatting question. It's different. It's different when they're looking to stream and sell shit to kids. UFC is not looking at just stream numbers and selling to kids. Now they're looking at just stream numbers because they're about to end up on Netflix in 2026. But I think they'll still sell pay-per-views or do a simulcast or something. Dana loves that shit, and I can see there still being a pay-per-view factor involved. Anyways, so Dave Meltzer, he's in his on his message board talking about answering this guy named El Huapo who says, is it legit him? And they're talking about Niccolo Piccolo. So this guy says, is it legit him or someone pretending to be him? It's legit Nick, guys. Okay. PWT can confirm. For anyone wondering, I can confirm to you, Nick is legit. He's fat. He's not. That was the closest one to my fingers. But he says legit him. Several people in the business after the fact said don't engage, so I stopped. So Dave is pretending that several people in the business, and yeah, maybe on the AEW side people did, because Tony went snooping around asking journalists and shit about Nick. And so Dave is like the fact after the fact said don't engage, so I stopped. They know him. Said he badly wanted Tony to engage by claiming $185 million was a work. So this is all Nick is claiming, that $185 million isn't all in cash, and Meltzer fucking knows that, and that not even NFL, when it says, oh, they got a $600 million deal, it's not all cash. And Meltzer knows this, but he won't fucking admit it is the problem. So it's not as profitable as he claims, and even the 185 isn't necessarily upward 185. It's open-ended. It could be less, it could be more.
Baby, learn Meltzer Inferno.
And Nick is just like, bruh, this is all I was saying. And then you fucking had to stick your nose in shit. Then I get attacked by sickos. Then I snap on the sickos. And then they fucking come after me. And everyone's got these conspiracy theories about me and shit. That's all that happened with Nick. He just chose violence one day. And these sickos came after him too fucking hard. And Dave Meltzer is the reason why. He wasn't trying to bait Tony or anything. He's just like, bro, I'm drumming up interest and shit. Like, come on, you know? And you don't know. How the fuck don't you know if, like, he's low-key fucking wants AEW to thrive too? You don't know shit, man. Dave, you don't know shit about these billionaires, bro. I know Tony texts you and shit, but you don't know shit about these billionaires. Come on, bro. But anyways, said he badly wants Tony to engage him. No, he doesn't. He can just, like, phone someone who will phone Tony, and then they'll get him on the phone. You know what I mean? Like, it's, come on, bro. It's crazy. Just Google who signed a Paradigm. Yeah, it's hard to get anyone on the phone. Fucking doing Sydney Sweeney movies, and it's real hard to get her on the phone, huh, Dave? Fucking hard to get Tony Khan on the phone. Shut the fuck up, man. Maybe it is, though. He does ghost people, but come on, man. Only by coincidence to have Ozanian list every sports contract in a graph, and AEW's was 185 million average over 3 years. Here's the thing. 185 million average, that's not all in cash. So that's all Dave needs to really acknowledge, because that's all anybody with 2 cents is really saying, right? And like, okay, let's say they make 14 million. That doesn't mean, like, we'll give Switchblade's math the benefit, because Switchblade's math accounted for everything staying the same, not them doing residencies and shit. So with the lower attendance and the package tickets and shit, that will likely equal out less than what he calculated. But let's just say 14, 15 million is what they make. Dave's saying that's worth it. Like, Dave's saying, like, oh, they're successful because they brought in 14 million for the first time ever. But he's trying to front like, no, it's hundreds of million. They're bringing 6 million a week and shit. But it's ridiculous, man. It's not. Man, we went over the salaries too that Niccolo Piccolo dropped. And I was telling y'all, I was like estimating, hey, this is probably this guy. This is like someone like this, you know? So really think about all the guys they're paying. A 3 million gate isn't shit when you're paying Edge more than 3 million a fucking year or whatever, you know? And he wasn't even on the show. So anyways, yeah, Dave backed down because he realized Niccolo Piccolo is a legit dude, and it's not because all people said he's legit. Dave realized he's legit. Here, I'll just prove this right now. Let's just correlate it to something 1-to-1. All these sickos attacked him, and all these redacts went after him, and they all realized he wasn't fucking around, and he's super legit. And then they left him the fuck alone and scattered like rats when the lights come on. That's what fucking Dave Meltzer did. He just scattered along with the fucking rats when the lights came on, dude. That's all that happened. No one was like, oh, he wanted Tony to. This is all the fictitious shit Dave's making up in his head about the situation. Meanwhile, Niccolo Piccolo, go on his Twitter. He's showing you screen grabs of what people think and have to say about this. Who do you think's texting him that? You know what I'm saying? So Dave said UFC has been doing multiple main events back-to-back since day one. Okay, Dave, you're not the only one who watched a lot of TV. Yeah, UFC's never done that. The first fucking UFCs were tournament style. And there's one main event, one winner. The two guys who win the tournament, nobody was a star, so they weren't going, oh, here's a super main event and a super main event. They didn't start doing that. That didn't come till like the super fight days. And even then, like, those were the main events. We all knew the super fights, the main event. So I don't know. Dave, he talks all this shit about UFC and shit, and he's fallen off in the MMA world. But Nicolo Piccolo says even the Grok burn was a rib on Meltzer, and a normal person asking Grok, what does it mean? And then, yeah, he's roasting these people. So Sean Rossap says Paradigm, who represents Punk, Jade, and Liv, have signed a top AEW star. Fightful is told. Yeah, they signed Darby, if I'm not mistaken. So Grok, some guys like, what does that mean? Why would someone ask Grok what this means? So then Nicolo Piccolo says, woof, we didn't even do that WWE deal. She has a rep in that area. If every rumor wasn't all over the dirt sheets, maybe an agent who doesn't watch AEW wouldn't be aware of potential opportunities. That's literally what my job description is, to evaluate the marketplace. Yeah, that's the thing. Nick knows. He knows, like, that's his fucking job, dude, is to understand what people get paid and what their value is and shit. You know what I mean? He knows, like, yeah, AEW is a private company. He knows all their salaries. I guarantee it. Because that's his job to know them all, you know? And then here's Dave arguing with Grok. So just bringing up, you know, the Meltzer Grok meltdown. Raj Giri responds to Dave here. So Dave responds to Raj and says, so you missed where I said AEW and WWE were the exceptions to the rule like 10 times. And then Raj says, so why criticize Jimmy's question when this time was the exception to the last several pay-per-views? We'll rule you. Because Dave's a fucking dumbass. That's why, dude. He's just arguing to argue. He did a whataboutism. He played Captain Save-A-Ho on behalf of Tony Khan. Tony Khan! Backfired on him because it just made him look like a tribalist dork. And so now he's going, well, why is it relevant? It's the exception. And then you point out, well, so Corderis asked, why would you do this when it's the exception? And now you're freaking out about it. It's just so funny. It just never ends, dude. So here's what Dave had to say about my boyfriend. Tony Khan was double-crossed by AAA. So he backs up what Tony Khan had to say about being double-crossed by AAA. Again, buffoonery of the highest order. I'm letting y'all know this beforehand. Allegedly, tune into K100. All right? Allegedly. And I think you guys will hear Conan go off a little bit about this. Conan! I know Hughesy's busy this weekend, so I don't know if that clip or what episode's up or whatever the fuck, but Conan's probably got a lot to say about this. But anyways, let's hear what Dave has to say, Mushmouth Meltzer.
The AAA AEW relationship and how they got double-crossed with Dragon Lee. They got double-crossed. FTR were the AAA Tag Team Champions, which was a deal that Tony got it for them, and AAA was very happy to accommodate. And so they were going to lose the title to Roosh and Dralistico.
That would have been sick.
Something happened, and they were told that it's not going to be Roosh, it's going to be Dragon Lee. Tony did know that Dragon Lee was going to WWE. I didn't know that FTR called him and said that they smell something fishy because there's WWE cameras there. I did not know that part. The finish was supposed to be Dralistico winning. For whatever reason, I don't know why or how, the finish was changed, and it was Dragon Lee winning the fall.
For whatever reason?
Well, for the obvious reason.
So the obvious reason isn't Tony Khan was at the peak of his shit talk. Bald assholes. The Friday Night Wars, they're in court. They're in the fucking court. We're going to war. I'm not Jim Crockett. I'm not going to stand for this shit. bald assholes. So then WCW said, yeah, or WCW rather, what Tony wishes he was competing against or was. So then WWE went, yeah, AAA. Fuck them. Dragon Lee's coming to our Fed. So it's not like, oh, the obvious reason. It was a double cross from these snaky bastards. That's Dave's obvious reason. It's not. Tony was talking so much shit then. So last minute we switched it up. I can't wait to hear Conan go off because you know he's going to tell his side of shit. Well, Conan's just a WWE shill now. Is that what you're going to say about your friend, Dave? So, yeah, I can't wait. Conan's going to go off about this if he hasn't already. And again, it's like Tony was at the peak of shit talking WWE, bringing them up constantly, copying their shit on his show, copying his bits. Oh, Stone Cold sprayed them with a beer truck. Oh, MJF sprayed them with, or MJF got sprayed with a fucking little bit of the bubbly truck. Isn't that fucking original? Oh, fucking hack repeat shit. Jericho's melting down on Christmas, talking shit around that time. Like, what are you fucking talking about, man? I'm pretty sure, right? Like 2022 or whatever. That's like peak Tony Khan talking shit. I'm pretty sure, dude. So, like, what are we talking about here, man?
Well, of course.
It has nothing to do with that. It's all because they're snaky bastards who just snaked him, Ryan. They want to kill him, stabbing knife in the back.
He wins the fall and then immediately gets in the ring and announces that he's vacating the titles that he just won, and he is signed with WWE. To make matters more interesting, immediately upon the conclusion of that match, there's a story. Mark Raimondi did it for Sports Illustrated on Dragon Lee signing with quotes and everything like that.
Sports Illustrated's been caught using fucking AI, dude.
After winning this championship match. So they set this whole thing up for an ESPN story on their website story and all that. And the nameplate still had like FTR's name on it while Dragon Lee's in these pictures with the belt that he is vacating. So that was the story, and that was what happened.
Yeah, so why would they waste the time putting his fucking nameplate on it when he's just vacating it, you dipshit? And yeah, Tony's talking all this shit in the media. They have an ESPN article. Let's fuck these guys over. It can't be because Tony had it coming. It's just all big bad Fed, you fucking victims.
And, it was the beginning of the end of the AAA and AEW relationship.
The beginning of the end, Brian. What a putz. So again, Dave Meltzer, AEW did 588K, a 0.15 last night, and that was the first place on cable. The number doesn't include HBO Max. So Raj says it's the follow-up from their biggest show of the year, and it scored. And everyone's like, why is Raj going off? Well, because these racist assholes start coming at him. And people fucking snap. They're not going to let you just talk shit and be fucking assholes. Like, I don't know what these sickos don't understand, man. But it scored one of their all-time lowest ratings. But hey, it beat South Park and Family Guy reruns and was tied with Gutfeld. You can try to spin it, but come the fuck on. Yeah, dude. It's just, that was first place on cable. The number doesn't include Max. It's like, yeah, it was up against cartoons and it did one of its shitty-est ratings, and you want to pretend there's a million people. So, again, Dav Boro, Down Bad Dav, says, it's always the Meltzer's ratings don't matter people that are always the most mad at his ratings. They're subjective. If you think a match is 5 stars and he doesn't, then why do you care? And then I just quote tweet this and go, it's always his star ratings are subjective people who don't understand that Dave claims they aren't subjective. This is why he gets roasted, because that makes no goddamn sense, like everything he says. Of course, stupid people don't get that. So Dave Meltzer responds, South Park was 9, Family Guy was 11. And Raj is like, there wasn't shit on. The number 3 show was South Park rerun, 4 and 5 were Family Guy reruns. And then of course Dave goes, oh, number 9 and whatever. Yeah, Dave, because your South Park was 9. Family Guy was 11. Yeah, you're trying to nitpick data. Raj drops the receipts in prime time. Nah. Got fucking... You beat South Park reruns, bro. You got called out. You got bitched up. So Jimmy Cordera says the fact some are doubling down on the Seth injury being a planned work ahead of time to mask an actual minor injury is hilarious. They can't admit they got incorrect intel. Meltzer says, you ought to talk to John Pollock. I mean, you could read the details that show it was planned before late June, but he'll blow you away if you want to know. Actually, no. So what Dave's going off of here, being such a condescending prick, Dave heard what Pollock said, what we played on the show, PWT Universe. We played it on the show, what Pollock said. Pollock came out and said, hey, I was told flat out they were going to work an injury and blah, 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 blah. So Meltzer hears what everyone else hears Pollock say. And then he invents all that you should see the files. We have documents on it. Files even, Jimmy. Like he's sitting here pretending like Pollock's fuck. And maybe Pollock did tell him about it. But like we know, Pollock said it on his show, you dipshit. Don't act like you have the fucking Nicolas Cage National Treasure Hidden Secret. What's that movie called? The fucking with Tom Hanks. The Illuminati one. What was that shit called? Those Dan Brown books or whatever the fuck. You guys know what I'm talking about. There's actually a knife hidden behind the Mona Lisa and a 666 that leads to the Vatican. And there's a helicopter that goes to the White House. Right? What was that shit called? Inception? I don't remember. I'm bad. I'm bad with the fucking names, dude. Right? But either way, dude, he's like, he'll blow you away if you want to actually know. Dave, it doesn't blow anyone away that he's just saying he was told that there was like a work shoot going to happen. Which I kind of believe Pollock. I'm leaning that way, and I don't think Pollock would make himself look like that much of an asshole if he was wrong about it, right? So this guy here says, I just feel as a reputable journalist, which Dave is, he should not report speculative numbers as facts. It gives credibility to the fact that he clearly favors AEW over WWE, which is totally fine, but you shouldn't report speculation as fact. And then Meltzer goes, I think I need to block. You can't comment on what I do without reading it in its context. I never do that at all, Brian. And actually, you know, and if you like, you know, it was like, except you know, actually, if you read it, it would, you know, it would be obvious. And if you don't read, you don't belong commenting. What like a spurgy fucking dumb thing to say, dude. Just like a Meltzer's losing his shit here. So here's Brian trying to shit on Blake Monroe. So again, she's been in WWE for 4 fucking weeks. Okay, she's had like less than 10 segments. And Mariah May is the best ever, Brian. But now Blake Monroe's the shit.
Monroe, she's much better as a heel than a babyface. But this whole gimmick they have where she's got this video with the 60s music or whatever the hell they're doing. I know what it's built on, but I forget. It's just silly.
It's very silly.
And when she was in AEW, like they at least pushed her as like a serious top heel. Like whatever you thought about her, they treated her seriously.
What the fuck do you think her taking the title to the back of Jordan Grace is? And is seriously having 3-way makeout, champagne, eating vagina jokes with Tony Storm and Mina Shirakawa, that's serious to you? Oh, okay.
And here it's just like it's silly. The gimmick is silly.
She's a spoof of a wrestler at this point.
It's like Tiffany when she was Daddy's.
So it wasn't silly when who was it again? I think it was it Mariah May who was like walking in the background hunting down? I don't know, it's all silly. You were involved in a Tony Storm thing. It's fucking silly.
Girl, and you know, she went shopping and used her daddy's money, and it's like it's a very one-dimensional, you know, it's just, I don't know, man. It's not working for me. Blake.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. I don't know if, yeah. Whatever, Brian. So, Dave Meltzer answers this J guy who says, why do people hate the fact that it's a possibility that AEW is doing 800K to 1 million? We don't hate it. It's just a lie. With HBO Max, I don't get it. They should be happy wrestling is doing so great. No, because then you start lying and saying wrestling's doing so great when WWE's doing so great, and then we're lying to people. Okay? That's the problem. Now, if in your opinion, in my opinion, it's great. That's awesome that they're on Max and everything. But we can't put that over because Dave's trying to make up lies to say they're beating Raw. Nope. If, let's say, aliens invaded and the news went on TV and we're like, they're actually our friends. Meanwhile, they're running in our houses and fucking kidnapping babies and killing people and shit. We're going to go, nope, that's not true. That's not true. These people came from Mars. They're Martians and it's Mars attacks. You know what I mean? You can't just like give us a shitty wrestling show. Most people go, that was terrible. And then you go, well, it's way better. It's actually so good. It's beating Raw. Maybe it's actually the best, it's so good. 30% they gain. Like, no, bro. No, that's why people call it out. It's not about hating that they do that number. It's not about that. It's just that so many lies, lie after lie after lie after lie. Now people are dedicated to debunking the fucking lies. So Meltzer says, I think everyone knows the answer. The idea that adding all those new homes wouldn't make a major difference is equally as silly and proven wrong. That a SmackDown move to Fox every week wouldn't lead to giant increases. If one is true, the other is true, and we have proof one is true. Oh, boy. No. It doesn't mean it's true. Raw is in way more homes. Dave is trying to sit there and say, and all these guys are trying to say it's doing the same as it did on USA. So, like, no, Dave, your own logic doesn't check out. I'm tired of explaining this shit. Okay, Switchblade says, we've already seen how Raw and Netflix added 12 million new homes from India and saw zero increase. Do you guys see it? 12 million new homes in India. Zero increase. So, Dave, your own logic, because you'll use that to diminish WWE. Your own logic your math don't math. Okay? So, Switchblade says, all publicly verifiable evidence points to AEW on Max numbers being negligible. I'd be shocked if they are doing more than 30K. Exactly. My guess is like 50K. I've always said that. As we know, NBA Max numbers were rounding error territory. So, Dave, he just doesn't study the business. That's the fucking problem, man. So, finally, he doesn't study the business, but all we know about him is...
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
And so Charlotte Flair, again, Dave just with an epic fail. He says Charlotte Flair versus Alexa Bliss has been planned for SummerSlam. He gets fucking community noted. He gets fact-checked. Dave Meltzer is once again incorrect. As officially announced by WWE, Alexa and Charlotte will be teaming up to challenge for the women's tag titles at the show. Of course they are, because Dave doesn't know shit and he doesn't study the business. He doesn't even watch WWE, and he has absolutely zero sources. And that's why he gets cooked. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. Almost 5 hour stream, and I started early, dude. I thought it'd be an early ender. Thanks, everyone, for being here tonight. We're going to go live for TNA Slammiversary. I'm not even joking. My wife, talked me into it. She's like, you should fucking do it. And so, TNA Slammiversary, man, I'm going to be live for that. So I don't even know when it starts. I think 6 Eastern. Or what time does it start? 7 Eastern. So if there's a pre-show, I'll be on when the 0 hour, whatever the fuck they call it, the pre-show, the kickoff show starts. I will be on air for that time. So make sure you all tune in. Come hang out on a special PWT Sunday night. You know what I'm saying? So Sunday Night Raw. No. Sunday Night Impact, I guess, Slammiversary, right? AJ Styles is going to be there. We already know. I think there'll be a lot more surprises. I'm looking forward to the Hardys ladder match. And yeah, usually their kickoff shows are like an hour before the pay-per-view, and they get a couple matches on there. So yeah, I'll be on like whenever that starts. Okay, guys. So I'll set up the live, and you guys will see me. Get in the Discord, hit like, hit subscribe. If you're on X, coming over to YouTube. Consider becoming a member for 99 cents. Get access to my Monday bonus shows. Okay, they're really fun. Consider becoming a patron if you support what I do, and you get access to the member shows that way, and you you get a bunch of exclusive videos and shit. So I appreciate you all. Thank you all so fucking much for being here. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Go to air horns. And yes, peace and love. Take good care of each other. Another amazing. It was a smash hit. What can I say? Tonight's show is a hit, and tomorrow's will be no different. So make sure you guys tune in Sunday. Thank you for making this the fastest growing #1 live show, if you factor in the max numbers in the history of YouTube. I've been Phil Marks. Until next time, I'll see you in the upside down. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
The DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time Gone. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
I hope to